Recording. Are we all set to go?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Well, friends, welcome back. We have just kind of like come off the tails, pardon the pun, of a really hard encounter that our party had just barely gotten through last week. They had made their way off or past the city of Grimsooth, going up north, escorting an official from Hartham back to his home city. To do this, they need to take a 3-week journey, give or take a few days, back up north, going down the road, and they encountered some displacer beasts, some deadly, deadly, ferocious. What would make y'all feel better? Panthers? Is that what we agreed on?
Yeah.
Panthers?
Yeah, they seem more
Yeah.
feline than lupine.
Panthers. With these wild, wild tails or tentacles, and weren't always where they appeared they would be. But our party was able to fend off the carts that they were trying to make their way on. A gift from their benefactor, Dresmerlin Hoons, who's kind of got them all together. You all managed to fend off the cart from two beasts that just dispersed and left as you scared them. And with the combined powers of Gale and Sev, you all ganged up on the last one remaining and is now motionless.
Yeah, and once again, a time when I actually should have been able to heal from using necromancy. I didn't need to. I was already at full health.
Speaking of which, I did want to address, I did double check on the rolls. Prone creatures do have disadvantage on their attacks. So, I'm going to try to put that in place. I remember so I don't look up any misinformation next time. Just want to make sure I got that out of the way. But, that said, how are y'all moving forward? You have a dead feline right before your feet. I'd say, like, at this point, just to recap, like, Brynjolf has been in the cart the entire time, just kind of like back up to the wall, cane across his, across his heart, across his shoulder, just waiting for anything to, like, any signal of what to do next.
Well, I'm not particularly great at the area of dealing with animal corpses. I suppose I can leave this one to you while I go check on our charge sitting in the cart.
Yeah, I think given everything, we should probably just at most cut off a few of its tentacles, store them in case we're useful, and then move it away from the road so we can get going because we are acting as bodyguards here.
Yeah, true. It's a shame. There might have been some decent alchemical parts to this thing.
Couldn't the hide be proved useful? I'm wondering if there's a way we could tie it to the cart and take it with us until we're able to properly remove the hide.
We might attract wild beasts if we have something rotting on top of the roof.
Yeah, I'd say probably not.
I believe, just so you're aware, I believe, Gale, you should have the ability to have gentle repose.
Am I level? I thought that was a paladin thing.
No, it's a cleric spell. I believe. You can double check.
It is a cleric spell.
But if it's something
But,
that you're interested in, like you can, because you can prepare
Druid.
your spells every, right. Druid and cleric spells often overlap a lot. I'm just offering the idea out there, just to double check, see if you can.
Okay, let me check my spell list.
Yeah. Because like if that's an idea that you all want to consider, like I want to just make sure like it's the avenues are considered.
Yeah, technically I can use gentle repose too, but I have not gotten it into my spellbook.
Have not found her yet. Yeah.
Did I look up what that is? 'Cause
It's a
Um,
necromancy spell.
Essentially, like, out of game. It lets you preserve a body, essentially, so that it doesn't begin to rot.
I see, I see.
Uh, but while Stoic's off, uh, Stoic is off looking, what do the rest of you want to do?
I did want to go let Brynjolf know that the coast is clear for the time being.
Okay. So you'll like run back off to the cart and open up the door. You'll see Brynjolf just back straight against the wall, laying or like sitting on the bed, cane resting across his shoulder, and his eyes just dart to you, and he like starts to get up. And you feel like the cart begin to like rumble a little bit with his momentum. Is everything okay? Is everything safe?
Coast is clear for now. We managed to kill one, and the other two got away. We're just trying to figure out what to do with the dead one's body. I'm thinking it might have some uses. If we can get it to get it into a more portable method of bringing it with us.
What were they?
Oh, they were these displacer beasts. Funny, we were just reading about them at Westmoreland before we made our way out this way. You can take a step out and see the body of this one if you're curious.
He'll give you a slight little nod and begin to lower his cane back down to actually use it to assist him in walking, and make his way out of the carts and follow you over to the body. He's gonna take a look at it. Um, what are the plans for disposing of this beast?
Well, I was hoping we could skin it and perhaps lop off the tentacle bit, but not sure. Perhaps use of blood. We've fought a number of things that can turn quite useful when they're dead. So, just sort of trying to figure out. I'm not the best at skinning terrestrial animals myself, so still sorting that out.
Is there any other danger lurking nearby?
As far as I can tell for now, no. But I can certainly keep my eyes peeled for returning danger. We seemed to scare the other two off quite efficiently. I'm not sure they will be back anytime soon.
I believe it would be a shame to let a beautiful beast such as this go to waste. I mean, if
I'm
you
not
all
finding gentle repose out of game.
sad,
Damn.
if you all wouldn't mind taking the time, perhaps I could attempt to remove, unless any of you might be more proficient in this matter.
Certainly
Uh,
not me, but I can keep watch.
Me and Locke hunt deer quite often and skin those, though this is quite a bit different from that. Um,
I
so we could
imagine,
assist if you'd like.
yes, I imagine it would be much the same. Well, he'll like kind of fling back his like bearskin mantle, and you'll see a series of different like small knives and daggers and like a bandolier like across his chest, and begin to like kind of finger down through take a small one out, begin to like stick it into the splicer piece, and just try to like carefully, slowly carve around. Really, if you wouldn't mind, give me a survival, please.
Sure. Will a 23 do?
Okay. That is
I sure hope so.
Not bad.
that is a
The
roll.
DC.
All right, let's see here. Okay, that definitely helped. Definitely helped. Like he tries to go into the like an incision into the fur, and you just like you're looking over the shoulder, you're pointing out, you're trying to like straighten out different parts of the body, and
Maybe
you
those books had like anatomy like down to the bone that we read.
definitely yeah. Like you know exactly like where the different like bones are, like the joints are, and like just what would be the best kind of like starting angle, based on theory essentially. So you give him a couple of pointers and tell him like make sure not, like, he doesn't start anywhere to like ruin the pelt. I am going to need a second survival, please.
Okay.
I can attend to the horses while everyone's doing that.
Okay.
16.
Okay.
And I'm gonna keep watch.
A little bit rougher. Go ahead and give me a perception for keeping watch.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the second bit's a little bit rougher. And it's kind of like that point where you don't have as much hold or give when you're doing a whole lot of...
No.
It's like when you have
Oh no.
It's okay.
good
I know.
call
It's
for
also watching.
good call
Yeah.
for Locke. When you think of like when you're cutting meat, right? And like when you have the whole cut of meat, it's fine. It's easy to like cut through, but like when it starts to get smaller, it's a bit harder to handle. Kind of a similar situation here, where like as you're beginning to like remove the pelt for the most part, it starts to get a little bit trickier to handle, a little bit slippery from just all the gunk and everything else. But good, careful 15-20 minutes, you're able to remove like a good like flank of the creature, or like the
Cool.
like left side, whatever side is on, not
Right.
on like facing the ground.
Considering the size of it, that's pretty great.
Yeah, it is definitely big. Like you think with the right person, and if it didn't go to waste, like it could probably be like a carpet or a rug of some sort.
Yeah.
Cool.
Brynolf at this point will begin to like wipe off his blade on the grass from any sort of gunk that's currently on it. He'll get up from his knees, take a look at the rest of you. Sev, as you've been looking around, it's safe. The birds are chirping. You hear the different animal sounds in the distance. You don't hear any sort of low growls or rumbles or
It's a
anything.
nice day.
I'm gonna try and calm down the horses because they've seen things.
Yeah.
Sure, give me an animal handler while you're doing this.
Horses have
Okay.
seen things.
Locke is sniffing around you though,
Good.
and he's just
At least somebody's
looking around, kind of like pacing back and forth.
A good doggy.
He's not seeing much of anything. He does not seem to be on alert or alarmed for anything coming out of the woodworks.
I feel like Seb is
Okay.
just too distracted by the potential of this hide, like being like either magical or expensive, and so
17.
like she just kind of like keeps looking back over her shoulder, like she's supposed to be watching over the hills, but she keeps like looking over at the whole skinning process, like, ooh, what's going on? Gonna make money? Oh,
You
right.
just see a lot of gunk. Like you see the tendons and the muscles and just everything underneath the skin. It is not a pretty sight.
Yeah, I
You're able
mean,
to stomach it though, but it is not pretty.
Yeah.
I guess I'll look for like a burlap sack and like maybe hold on to organs, because God only knows this will be useful in a potion or something.
Yeah.
Sure. So I'd say like at the moment, this might be because I'm not sure how anatomy works. Um,
I don't know how deep or wrist deep they are in like dismembering this thing, or if they're just doing skin.
yeah, I just imagine like the like top layer to like try to keep as much of the beast intact as possible. So if you
Yeah.
wanted to like remove anything else from it, it would probably be another check to
It'd
try to like
probably be
carve more
easier
into it.
though, since you don't have to do it with like as much tact as, taking a,
Well, skin is
thin
hard to
piece
take
of
off,
skin.
yeah.
Hmm.
But if you're just trying to get the organs out, you kind of just need to rip a hole in there and reach
Well,
in.
you don't want to damage the organs as well. Like make sure
No.
like it's, but
Well,
it's up to you. You are able to, while the Brynjolf and Rayleigh are, I was gonna say dismembering, removing, dehiding the splicer beast. You're able to just calm down the horses. You're able to just pet them, stroke them, and they eventually begin to start breathing
Carrot,
calmer.
apple.
You
yeah,
can go ahead, feed them a carrot, feed them an apple. Absolutely.
feed horse.
Domino begins to like just kind of like take out your hand. And once again, it does the thing where like the horse's lips kind of like overlap yours, and you just get that like kind of weird slimy feeling.
I'm gonna get that bucket again.
All right. Well,
Horse.
as you head off to get the bucket, coming from like the supplies that are inside the cart itself, you can easily find a either like a sack that's just empty or has very few things in it, and put those things into another crate or container, and so you can bring the sack back out.
Might be
Alright.
worth like trying to like, make some ice in a bucket to keep it cold, perhaps. I'm not sure how well organ preservation works. But you
That
know,
is up to y'all.
Yeah. Yeah. Is the pocket dimension inside the bag of holding airtight?
yeah, that was my other thought. It is airtight.
Well,
Hopefully that'll stop some decay.
Well, I mean, it's uh, at least it was in another campaign because we
that's
decided
The
we
best argument for it being airtight is that if a creature is in there for more than 10 minutes, they suffocate.
Yep.
right.
But
right.
that does mean there's 10 minutes of atmosphere in there.
Yeah.
So I think that like air will eventually find its way through. However, thin depending on like if it's opened real quickly or how often the bag is used.
Yeah.
But it would absolutely um lessen the impact of something oxidizing or like being affected by the atmosphere for sure.
Yeah, I
Alright.
knew this because one time we had to hide our Mephit friend, and he didn't need to breathe in there, so it was fine. So, I mean, organs also don't need to breathe.
Well, that gives me an idea. Guess maybe I'll wash my hands in the bucket, pour it out, maybe fill it like a quarter way, cast a frostbite in it so that I have a slight ice bucket.
Okay.
I
Okay.
can also use shape water to help, like, literally shape the, like, ice into a good.
Snowballs and ice.
Yeah.
Could I have the descriptions for both frostbite and shape water? You can
Thing,
just
boss.
put them in chat. So you're looking to take out the organs then?
I might as well. We're here.
Okay.
It took a lot of effort to freaking kill this thing.
Sure. Sure. If you want
If
to
we
spend a little bit
lose
more
them,
time,
if we lose the parts, it's no skin off my nose. But like,
at least want to try.
yep.
Um. All right.
Sorry, I just rolled
so
damage, but
no worries.
there.
I got the information up. It does say cause numbing frost to form on one creature. Bucket is not a creature.
Okay. Then that means me using it as a fire extinguisher probably needs to be retconned too.
However, I can freeze water.
I
Which is
think. I'm trying to see if this is going to have like any sort of unforeseeable issues. I don't think so. I mean, it is an easy way to make water. It doesn't explicitly say how much water. So I think
Honestly,
for the
I'm just looking to
purposes,
make something cold.
yeah, like that is good to go. I'll say like that's fine, but like trying to purpose it into water, I don't think is gonna.
Well,
go
I'm
through.
like filling a bucket with some drinking water, I guess, and just trying to freeze it.
Sure. I mean that
Unless
is.
there's a spell for that, like specifically, but
I mean
like
there is create or destroy water. That is a spell.
yeah. And shape
Um.
water does freeze or thaw if need be.
Right. But
So
yeah,
it does specify according to that it
I would say at the very
unfreezes
least.
in an hour.
Sorry.
It does specify according to that text that it unfreezes in an hour.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
a cantrip, so I can continuously refreeze it.
Yeah. So I would say, like, for this instance, you can make the bucket really, really cold. Even if there's no, like, visible trace of the ice left over, it's going to stay cold. And you can just, like, keep setting it back out to, like, kind of rev up the temperature.
all right, it's time for some gross anatomy, kids.
Go ahead, give me your survival.
See how good I am with the sickle.
It's gonna be a little rough if it's just a sickle. I'm sure like Brynjolf would see you.
I exquisitely
Nice.
make incisions.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Brynjolf will see you trying to like hack away with the sickle and see that it's not really effective. Like the sickle is curved. You're not getting like the nice, sharp, precise points you need to. He'll offer out one of his knives that he had used for the pelt itself. And as
I'll
you begin to
gladly
like
take it.
begin to cut in, you're able to take so-and-so organs. If they amount to anything, we will get there.
I'll get there later.
Sure. So I am going to put this bucket in a burlap sack and I guess shove it in the bag of holding if I can.
Oh, okay. I had thought that the pelt had been placed in the sack. It was specifically for the organs?
Yeah. So like I don't
Okay.
know how exactly I'm doing it, but I want to do it in a way where they're at least kinda together, and I kinda want to make a mental note of making these incisions and where all the parts are, and I'll make a mental note to write a log on this later and maybe add an addendum to like Dressmorland's bestiary or something.
Okay, so I would say like it's easy enough to like kind of splay out the pelt, put the bag, the burlap sack, on top of the pelt with the organs inside, and just tie it all together. And then you have like the pelt kind of carrying everything in it, and they can place that into the
Yeah,
bag
I guess
holding.
I'll like individually wrap each one so that it's not just like a gross pile of organs that I'll just
Sure.
congeal.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fair.
And to be clear, does the belt have any of the tentacles attached to it or not?
I guess I could detach a couple
We
of
should
tentacles.
probably take
I
some-
don't know if you skin them or not.
The
or-
tentacles would be something different. This was just for the pelt itself. So like this
Okay,
was like
can I
the
just, like-
the length of its flank, essentially.
Right.
I say we get
Can
some.
I try and borrow a knife from Bryn? What is it? Brynhild? Or what is the name again? I'm sorry.
Bryn Yulf.
Brynhild.
Brynjolf.
Okay.
It's very
like
old English.
the skill guy.
Yeah. Can I borrow one of Brynjolf's knives and try and cut off one of the tentacles, maybe a couple of them.
You see between his like the bits of stubble, he has a big toothy grin as you all are beginning to like carve off different parts of the animal, and begins to take another one of the knives off the bandolier, hand it off to you. Of course, my friend. Just make sure this beast does not go to waste.
I'll be sure. I imagine that,
What's that?
if anything, the tentacles are probably one of the more useful parts of them.
Uh,
So,
we
It's
want
not the
I-
most exotic.
I can't say I've seen anything particularly made of them. They are a rather vibrant color. They might have some sort of use down the line.
Well, we worked hard enough to kill this thing. Might as well get some use out of it.
Speaking of which, it nearly killed us, and not to interrupt the trip too much, but I think we should probably make camp for a few hours at least, just to kind of recover.
yeah, I mean, either here or a bit down the line.
Somewhere safe. We don't know if we'll be ambushed again.
That's
Probably a bit further up the road.
a fair point. Perhaps we might find some more immediate shelter up the road, somewhere to just
Yeah.
retreat for an hour or two.
I guess maybe we could study the maps. I don't suppose you know the terrain all that well, having traveled this way.
I've traveled the roads here and there. There are sometimes pit stops, rest spots of an inn or two. But if we're not immediately near one, there can sometimes be shelter from old campgrounds or alcoves between the hills, though it is dependent on what other dangers might lurk beyond the hills.
Alright. Well, maybe we'll just quickly have a look at a map and see what's ahead.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna try and cut off some tentacles.
Sure. How many are you going for?
How many are there?
Good question. I think with the official art, I think there's like 3 or 4. I'm gonna go off of what we have here for the token, only 2 tentacles.
Okay, then I'm gonna go and try and cut off both of them.
Okay. Go ahead, give me 2 survival checks then.
I'm gonna continue keeping watch, but probably badly.
Okay.
12 and a 19.
Okay, so with the 12, you try to go like splice through, and you hear a little bit of a crack of what could be like bone or cartilage or something in the in like the tentacle itself. And as you try to remove the blade, it just kind of like falls limp. And there's no give, there's no tension, there's nothing to it. You can still take it with you, and like there's a little bit of fur that's on it, a little bit of meat, but you get the feeling it's probably not gonna be as useful for anything specific. With the 19, though, you do successfully remove one of the other tentacle, and you find yourself with like roughly like a 10-foot-ish long tentacle. It feels weird because like it is very furry all around. It has the same kind of like indigo dark violet hue, but the end specifically has like spikes that jut out in a like a kind of like a small pad, roughly about the size of your palm. That yeah, just appear to be very, very sharp. You can definitely feel a different kind of.
Any, like,
Mhm.
I'm gonna see if I have any cloth to wrap them in and try and stuff them in the bag of holding. If not, then just put them in the cart.
For cloth, I don't know if you have like specific bits of fabric, but I'm sure you might have like an old shirt laying around if you wanted to try to like use that for at least like a little bit of something.
Right. I do have a blanket, but that seems a bit wrong.
You did pick up the blanket. That's true. That's true.
Uh,
Your call.
yeah, I think I'm gonna need the blanket though. So, what was the other option that you mentioned?
I was thinking like maybe a spare shirt or some other like
Yeah, that'll
bits
work.
of clothing, just like kind of like wrap it up. You can like try to bend it in half and not break it, like twist it too far so the tension's gone, but enough to just
Right.
like get a little bit of fabric around it.
Right.
Yeah, easy enough, and they can just plop it right down into your bag of holding.
Yeah, I just didn't want to get the back all bloody.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now with that, Brynjolf is going to get up, stretch, just start walking around. He's going to reach down for Locke and a little pat on the head. Take a
I
look
guess I'll go in
around.
Sorry. I'll go on the cart and look at the map and see what looks like the safest, nearest destination, even if it's off the beaten path.
Okay. Okay.
But if there's like an inn or a rest stop coming up within the next few hours, I mean, we'll risk it, I guess.
So as you take a look at the map, you see that you're about 2 days journey out from the next town, known as Cyndrus. It appears
And
to
we
be
are
the closest thing around.
and we are definitely gonna have to make camp within an hour or two.
I mean, if you want to, I can go ahead and take command of the horses again. All
I
things
mean,
considered, I don't need to rest as much as you all do.
yeah, but aren't you at like 2 HP?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I'll
that's a good
take
point.
it for once. Like
Like,
for
you
once,
almost died.
yeah.
Good point. Good points all around.
I'm at full health. I've only used like half my spell slots. I can do it.
Like, everyone in the party made me work. Like,
Yeah, I was looking at it from the I don't use spells as frequently as everyone else.
but
Yeah.
this is still like maybe second or third to the Carney encounter. Like, holy crap.
Yeah.
I find it really funny because, like, for my, like out of game, right, real quick. Like, from my perspective, that was a real bad encounter on my part, on the Carney's part. So I'm so sorry.
But we were still struggling.
Yeah, I don't know how.
We almost died, and that means you would have died in real life.
Seeing as how we're doing the satanic panic thing for like D&D. Anyway, let's keep going I'll let you guys wrap up what you want to do, but let's travel for like an hour or something and maybe find like a cave or camp or place that looks safe.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me go ahead and double check the short rest rules.
At the very least, we need that.
Come on.
My HP's okay, but I kind of think Rayleigh definitely needs a rest.
Right.
There we go. 1 hour long, during which your character is nothing more strenuous than eating, drinking, reading, and tending to wounds. I would say that for the purpose of this, if you all wanted to try to like make your way out an hour or so, just trying to watch around the surroundings, see what's going on. If nothing pops up, I'd say that you're not doing anything strenuous. You can easily enough just take a short rest, recoup during the cart travel.
But if we botch, we're getting into Rask.
Yeah.
It just depends on what's going on.
True.
So,
Right.
Do we gamble?
who is going to be piloting and navigating the cart?
That'll be me.
All right.
I will be tending to Rayleigh's wounds.
Okay. Really?
Yeah.
What you doing?
I mean, it sounds like I'm just resting.
All right, so just staying inside the cart, recouping as well.
Right. I mean, I have Locke listening around, but he's probably in the cart too at this point.
All right, well, that's going to make a difference. Is Locke going to be outside walking around, or is he going to be inside resting up with you?
After that, I think he damn well better be inside.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So I believe we had said that Locke has hit die according to your proficiency bonus. So,
Right. Now, something that I've noticed is when we moved to the map, all my HP values got reset, so... Do you know what they
Maybe
were?
one of his hit dies when I did Weather and Bloom.
I know it was in
Oh, good
yellow
call.
injured.
Give me 1 second. I can try to double check that.
Pew pew.
Ooh, somehow it synced back up. Huh. I want to say you're around like 12, if memory serves right.
Yeah, I was definitely at 12 when I got taken out, and then I would have been healed by Gale. It probably was close to 12 though, maybe 9, maybe. Yeah, something.
Well, we can go double check real quick. Where was the healing word? So that was for 7, so 7.
Okay.
But as you all begin to make your way through, you hear the chirping of birds, you hear just the normal sounds of life begin to kind of like just congregate around you. And any sort of worries or cares of any incoming attacks or aggressors leaves your mind. Inside the cart, you feel safe. So all of you can take a short rest if you'd like.
Okay, I think I'll
Yeah.
save my hit die.
Does that include me, or does piloting the horse prevent that?
I would say, for the purpose of this, includes you. Yes.
All right, cool. Arcane recovery.
If there had been something strenuous that came up, it would have been a different matter. But everything's all good to go.
So how many hit die do I get to roll again?
As many as you want.
And you get them back after a full rest, or at least some of them.
You get
Okay, this
half
seems
your hit die back after a long rest. Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll. Wait. Formula, situational bonus, no. Okay. Right?
Not bad.
Sorry, what?
Wait. Sorry, I'm not used to doing this. So.
No worries.
Yeah, I kind of screw it up every now and then too.
Oof.
Okay.
Oof. Not
Not
bad.
bad.
So Brynjolf is sitting down in his bed of the cart, and every so often peering out the window just to make sure that like nothing's following you guys, nothing's trailing. He's just glancing out. Begins to like
sit in the chair with my shillelagh in my arm and shield in the other, kind of half ready for something to happen.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. You all begin to make your way through. Nothing as eventful happens. You do begin to see the hills begin to turn into more rocky cliffs. And Sev, as you begin to try to pilot the, I don't know what else to call, navigate, like using the horses, pilot the horses, there begins to come like a steep incline to the mountainside. as you're approaching the mountain pass. It begins to get a little twisted and wind up and up and curve around a couple of different rocky hills and beginning to enter the actual cliffs proper.
Mhm.
I'm going to need another animal handling, please.
More animal handling. Well,
Merp.
Okay.
not great.
Okay. With an 11. It's not great. It's not great. You do need to take your time to get through the first leg, and nothing bad happens. You're able to just take your time and slow down and make sure that no matter what speed you're going, no matter what's going to be coming out potentially to hop on top of you, you'll be okay. And you just stay in the middle of the road the entire way. And the rest of you, like, you can notice, like, the speed begins to drop, like, significantly. But it's steady, it's consistent, and you're able to get your way about halfway through the pass. You'll see bits of the mountain range off to the left of you just span down for miles, and you see all these different congregations of peaks and cliffs kind of all begin to blend together, and you realize just how massive these mountains really are in comparison to how minuscule and small not only you but like the cart itself is.
Yep, I've had that feeling before.
And I
I've
guess
seen
even the
mountains.
mountains between like the Gobwood and Abbey Brook are probably pale in comparison to these.
Oh,
to
yeah.
the mountains that stretch up towards like the back half of Cyndrus, like the northern portion of Cyndrus, from the Giant's Back Mountains, absolutely. And like you can just see like the little like peaks that begin to like poke through the sky, and you just see some of them get lost in clouds and fog in the distance as you can't even keep track of where they're going.
Fog is here?
No, I think he means actual fog.
I
As
know. I just wanted to make a Dale joke.
as you begin pressing onwards, night does begin to approach. Are there any plans that you all had for night to come?
Set up the alarm zones.
Yeah, I guess the place would be to try and find some location that's not like dangerous to spend the night based on like being too close to an incline where we might get hit by falling rocks or something.
Or Goblin Camp, or Mountain Lion, or God only knows what.
Yeah.
All right, so as we're now, like the sun is beginning to, or rather, like it's already kind of like gone over the peak, so you just see like you barely catch any of the remaining hues of the sunset as it begins to grow dark. There's still ample light enough to see for now, but currently you're on the road. You have kind of like you're in like a narrow spot, not much room to your left or to your right, kind of like squished between two cliff sides, essentially.
Okay.
Did you want to try to keep going? Did you want to just pull over and camp here? What's the
What
idea?
does everybody else think?
As long as there's like a place we could reasonably camp, it might be a good idea to stop.
Yeah.
All right. So it is going to be narrow-ish, but you can definitely like pull off of the road and take refuge by like the cliffside, and you do have like the awning for the horses that you can tie them up towards like the middle of the cart so that they're protected from inclement weather. But if, say, there was someone passing through the road towards night, it is like within a stone's throw away from you, roughly like 20 or so feet.
How frequent do these roads get traveled by other carts?
You have not seen any other travelers as of yet.
Or what about like
Like, are we gonna
real
be those
stuff?
people who have their freaking cart in the middle of the mountain and Daddy's going to have to turn the cart around because these assholes aren't moving? Like, what is this?
I mean, to be fair, if anybody needs us to move, they can just ask.
True.
Like, and they really won't even need to ask, because when they try to approach us, they're probably going to sound the alarm, which will wake us up, and then we will see that people are here.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, we still have that bell. We should probably attune Brynolf to it.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah,
I
you could
mean-
easily do that. Flip it on, off, and then reset it up. Did you want
Yeah,
it to be the mental or the oral?
I mean, I usually
I don't think we need subtlety at this point, so let's just make it loud.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, my spells are pretty much just things that I cover over our campground, but the bell could come in helpful, like if somebody, like if we have to split the party for any reason.
Reminder that if we do have to check around camp, I have 2 drift clubs.
Yeah.
Also, what time of day is it now? Just straight up night?
Sunset.
Yeah, I would say it's with the sun setting, fall, probably reaching around 7:30, 7:45, around there, approaching 8 o'clock.
My time of day. Sav doesn't need a mask anymore right now.
True.
Alright. So I'm gonna vote that Rayleigh sleeps first and maybe takes last watch because I think he needs the rest.
Okay.
I'll go first or second, whoever prefers one or the other.
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Brynjolf will go second then. And so we've got Gale, Brynjolf, Sev, and then Rayleigh is bringing up the rear.
Right.
All right. So you're all able to make your way off of the road and just go skirt right off into like, some rocky bits where it's not quite as dusty. There isn't just like a collection of like dirt strewn along bits of cobble that have been laid down. You can find a nice little kind of alcove where you've got like some cliffs above you giving a little bit of shelter, and begin to unhook the horses and attach them towards the middle of the cart under the awning. It is a bit of a rough fit to try and get the door open from the cart be next to the cliffside, and try to make sure like the horses are at least under like a little bit of shelter of the cliff up top as well. But it's manageable. We're able to work it out. And as you begin setting up camp, you feel that like the weather, as like night has begun approaching, begins to drop. It's getting colder. You get a little shiver here and there. Gale, you can see Brynjolf outside, kind of just walking around and stretching, getting up, begins to like bring his bearskin mantle a little bit closer around his shoulders, bundling up.
Yeah, and I guess like between like maybe we were doing this the whole time traveling, but I guess maybe periodically freezing and refreezing our disgusting bag of organs.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely assume that was happening over time.
Yeah.
But
The things
you won't.
we do for nature and necromancy.
It is certainly something. You're able to.
Wait, babe. Okay, so I know you like your alliteration titles. Nature and necromancy. I got it. That's the new title of this campaign. See, it covers the party.
It is.
Actually, kind of does.
It's
Yeah.
not misleading. That is for sure. That is for sure.
I'm smart. I'm great at things.
As you all begin to unwind, Gale, you take first watch. Where are you sitting? Like, how are you trying to?
Honestly, I think I'll
Keep
just
lookout.
sit up by the horses, cause they next to. Actually, if anything, I'd say Brynwolf is probably like the second thing that needs to be protected. If we don't have our horses, we're completely fucked.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, it is kind of hard to get a job done escorting a noble when you show up without the noble.
And I don't think Dressmorland would be none too happy if his cart was in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and you see, I don't get animate dead until next level, so if he dies, I can't do that yet.
Morbid, and I'm pretty sure would probably cause a couple of points of alignment.
Whew.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead and give me a perception as you are taking watch.
Okay.
I'd say, like, with the fire going, like a little bit of a campfire going,
18.
seeing the immediate area, easy enough. You're trying to, like, just listen around, see if there's any approaching sounds, and you do hear, like, the echo of animals in the distance kind of just, like, bounce off and forth between the different.
In nature?
In this economy, no. Do they sound like they're approaching? Do they sound hostile? Is it just like the odd in the distance? Like, what are we talking about here?
So you hear them kind of like bouncing back and off of or back and forth between the mountains. It doesn't sound like they're approaching, just as if like nature is taking its course. You hear a couple of like howls of wolves as like you glance up at the moon. But
I periodically catch a lily.
okay. Okay. You're able to wrap up your segment of the watch and nothing goes off.
Alright. I kinda go back in the cart and wake up Bryn, I think, was next.
Renelf's been like out walking around, like
Okay.
paying the horses and whatnot, just breathing and getting the fresh air and walking out and about. So as you begin to take your leave and head off into the cart, he'll replace you and put his hand on your shoulder. He'll begin to kind of lean in. Good job. Get some well-earned rest for today.
Oh, thank you. Don't hesitate to scream and get us all up. Some of us are heavy sleepers.
Not me.
Some of us have some dignity, but I'll make sure you all are alarmed.
Okay.
He'll begin to send you off and kind of give you like a little playful slap on the back as he begins to sit down near the horses.
And no need for
Roll initiative.
Oh god.
Oh no.
We were all thinking it. Oh god. We manifested it.
As he sits with his like back towards the like along one of the wheels of the cart, and you see him, rather like you hear him pull out his cane and just begin like whipping it through the air as like the sound of the wood just kind of gets that little whistle as it kind of just slices through the air. Yeah, it's like, oh, yep. And
I'm good at sound effects.
that is pretty much what you'll hear until you drift off to sleep. Next couple hours pass. Things are quiet until Sev. You hear the door open, and a large hand begins to put it. You find like a large hand on your shoulder.
My turn, is it?
It's been a clear night so far.
Good to hear it. Haven't heard any of the alarm bells, so sounds quiet enough to me. Alright, I will run out, bring the book.
All right, fantastic. Go ahead and give me a perception.
Oh, okay.
With a 20, with a 23. As you take your leave and you exit the cart, you can see the cart kind of like shift back and forth as you figure that Brynjolf has like climbed into bed, and like his momentum of like getting into the bed just kind of like carries itself and rubbles the entire vehicle. Among the sound of like the shifting wood and some like clatter of chains and other fastenings, like metal fastenings, you also hear the wolves begin to howl around you. Much the same. They kind of echo off of the different mountains and cliff sides in the area. A bit clearer now that you're outside the car and it's not just muffled inside. For a while, nothing happens. It's just more quiet. It's just more of some momentary cries in the nights before they begin to dissipate and quiet back down. You hear the flap of wings coming from about 200 or so feet up the cliffside. You see a tree begin to shake before it begins to settle down.
What do the wings belong to? Can I tell or see or anything?
It looked to be some sort of bird. Could have been some sort of nocturnal bird of sorts that likes to stay.
Like, how large were the wings?
You figure from like how far you were, you figure maybe like a foot, like a foot long, 12-inch wingspan.
So no griffins to worry about it.
Oh no! This is definitely some sort of like nocturnal bird itself.
Okay, because I have some war stories about griffins in D&D, as I believe I've told you before. You stole my griffin!
Well, perhaps one day we might encounter some griffins, but it's not tonight. As the
Not tonight, Satan. Not tonight.
As the night begins to close, your shift is just about up when you begin to hear some sort of trembling, shaking in the distance.
Oh dear.
It sounds to be far, far from you. Nothing immediately nearby. But as you're glancing around, you begin to see what appears to be like a small rock begin to fall and kind of like careen its way down a cliff off in the distance before you see a couple more rocks begin to fall. And a couple more rocks begin to fall until you just see a landslide of sorts just begin to all the way down the mountainside.
Is it coming towards us, or?
It seems as if it's in front of the road, but not to your immediate location. Not sure if like the road might intersect with it, but it seems to be following like the mountain's base all the way down,
So
unless caught on something else.
We might have run into a roadblock. Gotcha. In the morning, though. I'll worry about that tomorrow.
But as your shift is now up, nothing immediate comes to mind. You can go ahead and wake Rayleigh.
I do think you should probably bring Locke. I heard some of his mates out there might want to talk to them if they are nearby.
Okay. I'll go ahead and I'll wake up Locke and then just like pet him and bring him outside.
Sounds good. Locke will give you this like long, like unfurl his tongue with the like biggest
Big
yawn.
yawn, dog yawn.
Mhm.
And just kind of like droopily, like you see his shoulders just like poke through his skin. It's like the body's just like drooping down, kind of swaying back and forth, just being real tired.
You sleepy boy.
He'll follow you outside. You can make your way out. Go ahead and give me a perception as well.
Okay. There's me. Did not go through?
Not on my. Ooh. With that 12, there we go. Or sorry, 16.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and have.
Sure.
Nice.
Locke's insane.
Yeah.
As you begin to take a look around and just settle down for the remainder of the night, fires beginning to go out at this point, like the little bit of wood and kindle that have been set on are beginning to come to their end, and the ashes remain. Nothing looks out of place. You don't pick up any sort of strange sounds, and as morning is now beginning to loom on the horizons, you begin to hear these sound like the cries of birds and other morning animals. But nothing seems immediately wrong. The night passes. Morning comes, roughly around, say, 8 o'clock to get a nice early start. And your shift has ended.
Long rest.
Yes.
Long rest.
Yay.
Dang.
So much for the 3 magic words. Here we have the 2 magic words.
Yeah, and for when you said I get half my hit die back, is that half rounded down or half rounded up?
I believe
It
it's
is
down.
it is always rounded down unless explicitly stated.
Okay.
One thing that's rounded up that I like is my arcane recovery ability to recover slot numbers.
There we go.
So, and that goes for like damage and whatnot too. So if damage is halved but it's an odd number, you would take the even number rounded down. So like if it's an 11, you wouldn't take 5, 5.5, or 6. You would just take the 5 itself. So it's kind of like it works out for both like positives and negatives.
For long rest, we get all our HP back, right? Or am I wrong?
All
I don't get
HP,
hurt enough for it, and then yeah.
all HP, all spells, and half the hit die. And any like class abilities or whatever else come back on a long rest.
I get my charge back too, maybe. Wait, no, I think I gotta wait longer for that.
For what?
The Sylvan Staff. Or I guess it's 24 hours since I used the charge, maybe.
I would need to go take a look at that. I believe it should either be it's only used once per day, or like it comes back once per day, or the dawn of the following day.
Okay.
Because I think that's the phrasing that like I'm moving to, unless it's like something specific like midnight of the following day or whatever. It should be back to go for you.
Yay.
All right. Well, you all can wake up. Brynjolf is going to once again just go. He's gonna go sneeze. Just legs over his bed, begin to stand up and stretch. Begin to yawn. Good morning to ya, you all. sleep well?
Mm,
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's,
not really
maybe.
fallen asleep unless it's been particularly tiring, but rest, yes.
Have some quick rations and then maybe head and on our way.
I should mention that while I was sitting outside last night, there was a bit of a rock slide up ahead, so we might run into a bit of a roadblock, but we'll just have to see when we get there.
Alright, well, I guess maybe we should ride carefully then.
Oh yes, I agree.
Alright, I'll take the horses this time.
Okay.
Quite a bit
Fantastic.
better at it than I am.
If there is some sort of roadblock, you will have a way of getting around it?
We'll have to see what we're dealing with first.
I mean,
Yeah.
if it was just me on foot, I'd definitely do, but I don't know about lifting an entire carriage.
Well, we'll have to see what you see. It was rocks, and depending on how many of them and how far they're spread apart, have to see if we'll have trouble clearing them or if we will have to go around.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going back down the mountain, but that's not ideal.
Yes, I agree. But let us pull forward as they see what we're dealing with. With that, you all can begin to press onwards.
We...
Gale, go ahead and give me a animal handling check, please.
Oop, 13.
13. Okay. Okay. So as you begin to pilot the horses, you're coming into a similar situation that Sev had arrived at the previous day. There's a bit of a steep incline, and the cart was not made to wrap around very narrow passages, right? Like this is a large, kind of grandiose, luxurious, well-built cart. It's not something that's meant for just narrow strips of passage. So some of the turns are a bit difficult. You're
Like
able to,
trying to take a Ferrari off-roading.
yeah, similar situation.
Jeez.
Or you're trying to take a Ferrari up, I mean, aptly a mountainside, but it has just
very
real
dusty
those really, really terrible curves that are just kind of hard to predict. So you slow down, you're able to take it to your own pace and eventually make your way up. And you begin to reach the apex, the top of the pass. And it begins to even out and level. And here you see a gorgeous sight after about an hour or so of traveling, where the sun off to your east is beginning to come and shine through the trees of the Arctic wildlands to your northeast. And you get subtle hints of green kind of bouncing off and reflecting back at you. And your first thought is just home. It reminds you of some of the days where the light would reflect off of some of the snow, bounce off into the trees and the foliage around you. But that soon comes to an end. After about 15, 20, 30 minutes or so, you begin to make your way down. I'm gonna need another animal handling check, please.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, not bad. 19.
Okay. almost expertly, as if you were born to be a driver all your life. You're able to balance the turns and the different obstacles that might pop up along with your speed. And you don't feel the dire need to slow down as you once did trying to get up. You're able to rein in the horses, and you hear them whinny and neigh as you begin to pull them in. But you round the bends. You're able to just kind of coast all the way down. And eventually the mountains are behind you. And you've once again come to a... Like, the mountains begin to fade back into hillsides. You see a rough blend between the actual rocky mountains beginning to blend into rocky cliffs, beginning to blend into rocky hills, into just grassy knolls. And off to your immediate right is you can see a forest begin to pop up and grow just around the mountains.
Interesting. So where is our token now?
Yeah, let me move this up. We have moved one up, so we are like just past the
Holy crap, we
the
are
mountains.
nowhere near Heartham.
No, this is the I think this is the 5th day of travel at the moment.
Yep.
I see.
All right, so Gail, you are the one who's leading everything, correct? You're on the...
Mhm.
Okay. So you've made your way through the twists and turns of the corkscrew pass of the Giant's Back Mountains. And as the rocky terrain begins to blend back into hills, you travel down through the road northwards until you see puffs of smoke billowing from tiny roofs in the distance, looking down from the hills you're on. And off in the distance, you can see a collection of houses. About what you figure to be roughly a half day's travel ahead of you is what looks to be a reinforced metal carriage of sorts being pulled by two horses, accompanied by guards in some like really nice reflective armor. As like you try to squint at them, the light just reflects back and hurts to keep looking.
The mother is whispering at them.
And then off to your east of the town is the thick forest, and looking a bit closer, you can see a few tree crowns that rise up and tower over other trees in the area.
Yeah, nice trees.
Pretty surprising that there's someone important enough to need an armored carriage when we aren't currently using one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like we're in like the luxury equivalent of a carriage.
Yeah. And they're in a fucking tank.
Is that something you bring up, or is that just like an observation?
It's an observation, I'm sure.
All right.
A
Well,
silent observation.
Sure. Y'all pressing forwards?
I guess until we reach the town, in which case it might be a good idea to like stop for a while.
Yeah, stretch our legs,
Okay.
all that.
Maybe get some provisions if we're running short on anything, periodically preserving the organs and whatnot.
Oh yeah, maybe we could try to see like if I mean I highly doubt there's gonna be like any, fancy magic shop here, but maybe somebody will see like the stuff we got and be able to give us an idea what it could be used for. At the very
Yeah.
least, maybe somebody could look at the organs and be like, yeah, no, there's no use in preserving those.
Fantastic.
So,
So as you begin to approach, it takes roughly half the day to get there. You arrive as the sun is beginning to set off towards the west, currently like right above the Giant's Back Mountains, and the sky is just filled with its wondrous hues of purples and yellows and pinks and blues. You see that the city appears to be on the smaller side, on a similar scale to Abbey Brook. and far, far smaller than Grimsith. It's
I'm
not.
still taking in the Prussian blue and Bob Ross colors.
There is. You see that there is no wall to the city. It just appears as if like the road goes directly through the center of it, and the city's kind of been built around the road itself as if it was meant to be a rest site of sorts, and then the forest off to your east kind of grow around it as well.
Like Iverstead.
Like a trade town.
Essentially, the buildings look rather uniform and picturesque, like something you'd envision on like, kind of like something you'd envision on like a kitsch postcard. You could get in a store, one of those like cottagecore type handlings. You're able to make your way through. It's again, it's not very big. Roughly 20 or so minutes as you begin to drive in, you reach the center of town, and you note a large building with several spires that extend into the air. And the road you're on continues through town to the other side. And then...
Are we talking churchy, castle-y, mage towery?
It appears to be like a cathedral of sorts. There's like a large base structure, and then there are about 4 or 5 different spires that begin to just like spike upwards into the air.
Any kind of emblem on the building?
Taking a look. Give me a perception check.
Me too.
Okay.
I might as well, I'm driving.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Perception, you said?
Yep.
I rolled a 10.
Womp.
You're distracted by horses.
Okay. Okay. So, Rayleigh, you catch glints of light being reflected off the like tips of like metal spikes extending out from the spires. You can't quite catch what they look like or what they're supposed to be. Although above the door, like the like large like double doors to the building, you do see what appears to be an image of a flame, like a spark of flame in stained glass.
Interesting. Does anyone think we should stop any place here? Or...
Of course.
Shop around, maybe.
All right. So, as you navigate through, you find that like you are taking up most of the roads. It seems as if the town had been built for generally smaller carts. The roads tend to shift between 20 to 15 feet wide. So for any roads like you've come across, you're just like the only thing in the way as you're making your way through. But you can easily enough find way to a stable and carriage drop, essentially. You see that there are tons of horses, a good like 6 or 7 horses behind the building, and there's what appears to be like a shed off to the side near the stables that contains 3 different carriages, mostly on the small side, all between 5 or 10 feet wide, although there are a couple of stalls that are meant for larger vehicles such as yours.
I guess I'll park or see if I can stop and get permission.
Sure, you can like try to pull up a bit on the curb and the wheels begin to rise up, and you hear the jolt of the cart begin to shake just to try to get off the road. You can make your way off of the carts and begin to head inside the door to the what appears to be the main building.
I think I'll escort Brynolf if he wants to go anywhere.
Yeah, maybe I'll kind of turn into the cart and ask, how do you want to play this? Do you want discretion as much as we can have, given that we're in a big flashy cart? Or do you kind of want to take in the town for a little bit and stretch your legs?
Why don't I stay here for now? Perhaps you can find some place to rest the cart, and if you determine it seems safe enough, come retrieve me here.
Of course.
Okay.
All right.
With that, so, from like going from a jovial attitude, smiling every so often, laughing, his face begins to harden back up. You see his furrowed brow and just wrinkles forming in his forehead as he once again begins to sit back down on his bed, hand on the cane near the bed frame, and just begin to breathe and just look up, eyes closed, and relax.
Yeah.
People, probably.
So, where do you plan on heading off to next? Going inside?
I guess, as long as we can park there for the night and have our horses stabled for a bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
So as it is, like, you've been pulled up on like the side of the curb, like leading up towards the building. But you can head in. You'll see a large dwarven woman behind the counter begin to take a look right at you. Well, good evening there, sir. What can we interest you in today?
We would just like to stable here for a little while. Not sure if we're just here for a little while or like the night, but how much would it be just in case?
Just looking to park and stable up. What kind of vehicle you riding there?
I guess I kind of describe the carriage in not so grand description, but realize that it probably sticks out like a sore thumb.
She's generally just looking for like the size and like how many horses
Two
you'll need
horse
put up.
and yay big.
Yeah. I think we can schedule something for you. Oh, we're looking to stay for the night.
Right.
Maybe. We'll pay for the night just in case.
All right. No rush. If you need to add more, you can always come back. You can pay on a day-to-day basis.
Sure, we'd appreciate that.
For the cart and for 2 horses, you got feed for them, or are you gonna be needing some supplies?
We have some, but we might as well save what we have for the trip. So if you just want to charge us, that would be great.
All right. No can do. Are there any? Do your horses have any special needs? Anything set them off?
Well, as long as there aren't any scary monsters around, I think we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I can confirm, sir, our feed does not have any scary monsters of sorts or nothing, ain't like that.
And
You know,
I
all
don't
the-
think they have any allergies or anything. They seem to like carrots and apples and a bit of hay.
All right, the standard, the usual. I'll have you know that we get all of our sources right here in town, all locally grown. This will come to about, just for the night, come out to about 2 gold, 7 silver.
Sure.
She'll begin
That
to
pay.
take the coins from you, slot it down into a little chest near the counter, like a safe box, small little container. And she'll begin to head out the doors with you, show you down to the proper stables, and explain, all right, when it's in here, it is all safe. We have our employees walking around daily to make sure that nothing is being stolen away or stowed away. Is there anything else that we need to be knowing about, or are you just in town to catch up on some business?
Well, we're just passing through. Heading up to Partham shortly, but still a bit of a long way, and we needed a rest stop.
Absolutely, that's what Cyndrus here for, didn't you know? Well, you be careful going up to Hartham now, you hear? There have been some weird sightings in the past few months or so that have been a bit worrying.
Such as?
Out of game, real quick. Did we let her know that we were headed that direction?
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
Okay,
like,
good.
just now, I thought. Well, there's just a mix of wild beasts and whatnot. There's some stories of some very fantastical creatures, some folks going down the roads and will never reach in their destination, so you catch my drift. Not sure if it's because of them critters, not sure if it's because of, I don't know, other folks who are living out in the wilds or something else coming from the forests, preying on would-be travelers, but you all stay safe out there.
Any description of those creatures, perchance?
Well, we got some up to the north, closer to Hartham now. There have been hearings of some ogres, some trolls meandering out from the Frostlands.
Oh, well, isn't that great?
Then we got some extra oil.
Yes.
There's also been some attacks from some less than savory critters, just coming from the forests.
Would they happen to have purple fur and tentacles?
I believe I heard some talk about some purple fur. Not so sure about them tentacles though.
I feel like tentacles will be the first thing you mentioned, so probably not them.
Yeah, probably not.
Well, certainly keep our eyes out for purple fur either way.
Absolutely, and just if you're heading up north, just beware for any sort of multi-tailed creature. There's been talks of something whiling away. Like I said, would-be adventurers or travelers. So you all stick together. You all stay safe, and I'm sure y'all be fine.
Sure.
Appreciate
At this point, Gale wonders if maybe we should armor the horses.
Yeah. Yeah, like.
Or, like, bark skin the
Yeah, that's what I was
horses.
just about to say. You got
That
twin
is-
skull bark skin.
That is something. I didn't even think about that.
You would do that. That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, like, holy
'Cause-
shit, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Just for the record, because you would know this being horse scale. A horse's base AC is just 10, so
Yeah, I know. 16
Oh, now
would
it's
be pretty
16.
good.
For both
Right.
horses.
it is an idea. All right, well, we'll take care of your critters and your vehicle here. You enjoy the rest of your night. Just come by tomorrow to either pay up for the remaining day, or come get your things now.
Sure, of course.
Is there anything you'd be looking for, by the way? Anything I can try to get you out of towners some directions for?
Perhaps, alchemy, magic, general store.
Armory, maybe.
and any sort of shop at this point, probably.
Tavern, inn.
All right, well, y'all can head to the market square That's where we got one of our statues of one of the first founders of the town. It's where you can find most of any store shop in town, really. We don't have a whole lot going on here. We do pretty good for ourselves, but we tend to focus more on livestock or produce and other foods and such.
Not much the
Is there a
matter.
guild presence here if I kind of show my signet ring?
Oh, yes, important.
We don't have a guild hall, no. No, that's
Okay.
safe for a few other cities further down. If we have any guild work, we just tend to request and send a courier up to them.
Oh, good to know.
I'll keep that in mind.
All right. Well, if you said you were looking for an alchemy shop of sorts, I don't know if we have anything really be tickling your fancy, but we do have an herbalist who might be able to offer some items here and there. You can find them at
That's
the
not wrong,
Flowers Bloom.
Sure.
We do have a general store run by Glathier. And you can find over at Glathier's Goods, kind of across the street from the herbalist.
All right.
And if you're just looking to have a good time for the night, y'all can head over to the Red Dragon's Brew, finest tavern in the area, in the next few towns down, for miles and miles out. There's always something going on there. And if you'd like to just relax and unwind for a bit, then you can head off to a good night's rest right across the street.
All
Yeah,
right.
Good to know. Thank you.
Thanks for the information.
Absolutely.
You'll be seeing us.
I know. You take care, y'all. Begin to wave you off through the, or head back off to the building.
I take note of the Jinprax brand wheelbarrow that she's using.
Now that you say that, looking through the stables, you see. I don't have the dwarf's name down. I don't remember it. But you see like the giant like painting of Jim Prax's face on the side of the wheelbarrow.
Brilliant.
All right. Well, the remainder of the day is yours. You managed to back the
Shopping!
carts into the pen or into the stall.
Mm-hmm.
The horses were unfastened, put into their own pens, and you can walk down a couple blocks to get to the city square proper.
Okay.
I guess we'll kind of get a vibe check for the town, and once we feel it's safe, maybe we'll tell Pernals he can come out.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
All right, fantastic. So as you make your way through town, just looking around, it seems very quaint. Like, it seems to be established, but quaint.
Would you say it's probably more along the same lines as that, maybe not as run down as that town we rescued the troll people from?
It is far more built up, not nearly as rural as Owensmire.
Okay.
Like the street for the most part is paved. There's like stone tiles set for sidewalks and other bits of pavement for the like major networks of businesses. And then as you begin to approach the outer edges of town, begins to unwind to more grassy areas into dirt paths, going towards the farms and the bits of pastures and whatnot.
Alright.
Is there anywhere that you all had wanted to stop first?
Herbalist?
Yeah, let's stop in at the herbalist shop first.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if perception would be necessary, so just ignore that roll.
If anything is, I will let you know.
Okay.
Okay.
Oops, how'd that go down?
See if we can find any use for the organs.
All right.
I'm not sure an herbalist will be helpful for that, but who knows?
Well,
They might know an alchemist or something.
yeah. They might have, alchemical knowledge to be able to say,
I guess we'll see. So as you all begin to head on in, this is the Flowers Bloom. You arrive at a building with a small garden displayed beneath the window facing the street. A white wooden fence wards off passersby from trampling over the garden, and the building itself is constructed from smooth wood planks, topped by a sky blue roof. A sign hangs off a post near the fence that has an image of a flower and text that reads, "A flower's bloom." As you begin to unhook the fence, and it just swings back and locks back into place, you hear a little clink right behind you, and you make your way in through the door, and you see... Oh, I get to use this fancy thing again.
Your fancy race
Fancy.
word.
Give me a second. There you are. You see
It's a kenku.
You see a human woman. A rather young human woman. She's got brunette hair, kind of messily tied, little bits falling down the sides of her face, framing her chin.
Like you.
She looks up from organizing a couple of packages and boxes onto a shelf beneath the counter. You're rummaging. Just takes a look up at you. Well, good evening there. Welcome on into a Flower's Bloom. You looking for something to grow?
In a manner of speaking, although, I don't suppose you would have any sort of second-hand alchemical knowledge, do you?
I don't have much for the alchemy. No.
Okay, no, that's fair.
No, I tend to just kind of grind my ingredients back and forth, and what I get is what I produce.
Okay, understandable. Don't suppose you would know if there would be one nearby, or anyone in town who might be of that persuasion?
No, and unfortunately don't. Out here in these parts, we don't really have any folks those kinds. Those are usually handled more in larger-ish cities or towards more industrial areas.
I
Perhaps.
suppose one thing we could ask for advice, seeing as you deal with organic matter and such, would you happen to know of a good way to preserve organs from an animal?
You see, I tend to deal more with flowers and plants and other types of greenery. Animals
He probably deals
aren't
with the living more, love.
really my place.
Do you happen to have some good herbs for some tea?
For some
Well-
tea, are you looking for a particular blend?
What's your favorite?
God damn it.
Say orange Pico Dale and be done with it.
Babe, you know what? You realize that I've got an entire shelf of my Tivana teas that are all custom blends from when I worked there. Could literally just pop out here, grab a random tin, and be like,
Yes, lavender orgasm, yes.
I mean, I'm gonna say it's like the equivalent of what oolong would be in this world.
ooh. Okay, so jasmine oolong peach would be nice.
Yeah, some of that wulong peach I like. It's a bit exotic if you don't mind me saying.
Oolong is rather tasty. Now, do you know anything about herbs to preserve decaying organic matter?
This is like gonna be your worst day ever.
Yes. And you already asked that question.
Yeah, I can't say I do. I don't really. Yeah. My services aren't really there for preserving the dead. They're kind of more here for making sure that we stay living. If you catch my drift.
Of course.
Unfortunate. You see, normally I would specialize in this sort of thing, but I do better with taking life force than preserving something that's already dead.
Gale coughs
I'm
heavily.
just gonna get my
Okay.
tea,
She is
So
going
how
to
about that tea?
back up and head to like the other side of the desk. Hey, but is there anything y'all need, or y'all gonna be taking your leave?
I'm sorry about my companion, but can I just get the tea? I'm sorry.
Sure. What? How much were you
The
looking for?
weird,
We're looking
creepy
for
girl.
we're looking for a cup's worth. We're looking for a week's worth, a month's worth.
Let's just get a week's worth, sure.
Week's worth. All right. Let's see.
And how about some ingredients for some life-preserving healing potions? Yeah. I'm an alchemist myself.
Sure thing. Would you be interested in having any sort of potions, or were you looking more for the
Oh, you have
ingredients?
I'd say largely the ingredients, and the reason why we're asking these weird questions is we killed a beast that was probably magical, so we figured, herbal shop, maybe you might know something, but we pressed you enough, and I'm sorry that we, made you uncomfortable.
It is a bit difficult to just use freezing magic, so was hoping for a bit more of an herbal approach. But I mean, if we get some tea and potions out of the deal,
Oh,
Put money on the table.
all right. Well, this is for you. She'll begin to lift up a, not like a box, but like a half crate. So like, it rises up roughly about like 4 inches or so, and you see like fresh like pallet wood essentially, holding 7 different mixtures of tea blends. Begins to slide it your way. Really, that right there is good for about a week's worth. One for a day.
Okay, how much is it?
Oh, that comes to about 8 silver, 4 copper.
Okay, you know what? I feel like you've had a hard enough day. I'm just gonna put down 2 gold and you just take that.
You see her eyes just begin to swelter, and just you can see like little cracks of tears begin to form. Oh, you're such a sweetheart. Just getting all
what
lost.
temperature should we have the water at for these? I tend to make my oolong. It's a bit of a 195 degrees, but sometimes they need a bit more sensitive of a brew.
When it's hot, it's hot.
Oh, all right. 195 it is.
Okay. It's
Hey, hun, why don't you go get a pot? I give her like 2 gold. Go find the general
okay.
store.
Oh, all right. Oh, I do wonder if they have fishing gear. And Sev is just muttering to herself as she wanders out the door.
Okay. So yeah. How about them potion materials? Yeah.
all right. We're looking at the potions proper, or just the materials. My apologies. I forget.
How about both?
Both. All right.
And
Well,
honestly, we can't blame you.
and it's a lot of back and forth. Usually, folks are a lot more, well, peaceful, perhaps we'll say, but you get the rough types, you get the rowdy types coming in here not so often. You know how it is. We do have,
Yes.
what do we got here? We do have, should lead you off towards a couple of shelves. We see a like display of bright neon colored mixtures and liquids, along with some very kind of like pastel and muted colors.
Have I ever seen potions like these before?
Yeah. It's about like what you would expect from a shop. Although they tend to be perhaps not quite as vibrant, being made more of like earth and actual vegetation than having any sort of other substance introduced.
Okay, so these were probably made with love or pastels. I'm not sure yet.
She takes you off to what, like a couple of vials would appear to be like bright red liquid inside the bottle.
Okay.
These here are some of our standard just healing potions. If you're feeling down for a day or so, yeah, you had a hard day of work, you kind of stressed yourself out a bit too much, you can take a swig of these and it'll feel rejuvenated pretty easily. These do come to roughly about 60 gold a pop.
I'll take one.
All right, begins to take one of the, like one of the closest vials, the little bottles off the shelf, hands it your way as she takes the money from your hand. Begins to like fit it all into a little pocket along her apron. All right, well, was there anything else you all were interested in, or was it just the healing potions?
And ingredients as well, please.
Ingredients, all right. Was there anything you had in mind that you were looking for?
I guess I pull out my book of alchemical recipes and show her what I've got.
Okay. Was there any...
I'm doing this for flavor, mostly.
Yeah. I got you. Was there anything you had in mind that you wanted to try to work on? I think all of them would come out to about the same price-wise. I think here would run you like 30 gold for the core materials.
I guess I kind of mull it over and think, on second thought, maybe just the fresh potion will be enough. But, thanks again for your time.
All right. Well, if you change your mind, you can always get some fresh herbs, another vegetation off at a flower's bloom. That I can do for another friend over here. You just tap with your tea.
Yes, thank you very much.
I had to come back here again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you all take care now. Enjoy the rest of your night, friends. Stay out of trouble. She begins to walk back towards the desk.
And let's make sure that she's not scaring the crap out of the general store person.
Right.
You all leave. Sev.
Mm-hmm.
How about this teapot?
Do you think it would be good for storing organs in?
You probably have lovely organs.
I think that's the first time I've heard Wolf say anything even like remotely sarcastic or facetious or something. That's so funny. That's so funny. I love it. Oh my god. Much deserved. Seth.
You should give him inspiration for that.
Yes.
I should. You know what? You're correct. You have inspiration. So when you make I have to refresh myself on what that DM inspiration be used on. I think it's an attack roll, a saving throw, or ability check. You can choose to spend your inspiration to have advantage on the roll.
You hear someone humming a bard song of Jim Prax's from the bar in the distance, and you gain inspiration.
Did I file that somewhere in the D&D Beyond, or
Yeah.
It should be right by your health. Yeah, there's a little tab for
Yeah,
it.
you just tick it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sev, as you begin to walk the streets, you're trying to take a look around, and I mean, you find yourself in like a center square. So like you see that everything kind of like there's a road that follows around a center square that's just full of trees, and there's a statue of a figure of what appears to be like a knight with a helmet on, like a large plume, long flowing cape, holding up a sword and shield fashioned out of marble or some other type of lighter stone. But walking around, you're able to make your way over to Glathier's Goods, and you see a rather small wooden building with a blue shingle roof. An assortment of crates and barrels are left outside towards the back right corner of the building, and a sign swings in the light breeze, displaying an image of a leather backpack with text overlaid reading Glathier's Goods. From the window looking in, and that's facing the street, you can peer inside and see a middle-aged man wiping down a wooden counter.
All right, I'm gonna head inside.
Sure. You head inside, door just swings right open for you. See the man begin to rise up, stretch a bit.
Also,
Well-
I should note that half the time you're wearing your mask when you're saying creepy shit like this.
I mean, I feel like a lot of the time, like if I enter a building, I'll kind of like tilt it up, but like it's kind of on the top of my head, so it's
If-
still there.
If you do so, please say so.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that is definitely something funny to think about. All right.
So then you flip the mask up.
Mhm.
Okay. You see the man begin to kind of fasten his belt buckle and just adjust his shoulders. Welcome to Glathier's Goods. What can I get you this evening, Missy?
Do you have any teapot? My mates, they have me on an errand to find one.
Yeah, I'm sure we got a little something. Are you looking for just function, utility, or are you looking for something fashionable? What can I get you?
What are the options? I
Well,
can't say I've ever had a particularly fancy teapot before, but I'm not sure what you have in stock.
you are just in luck. Begins to head out around the counter. And you see, towards the left-hand side, just an assortment of utensils and silverware and whatnot, on a table and shelf above it. And you can see various different teapots. Some appear to be made out of tin. Some appear to be made out of some sort of rusted metal. And another that appears to have been crafted lovingly, made out of porcelain.
I'll point at that one. How much is that one?
Oh, the porcelain one?
Yes.
That is... 1 second to see what a teapot goes for. Jesus.
Wait till I ask the question about what I want to get next.
5 displacer beasts of here, roll initiative.
All right. So as you take a look at the different teapots, he begins to go over all of them, and you see that each one belongs to a set. You have some very shallow looking cups, part of the tin set. You see what appears to be wooden cups, very finely carved wooden cups, included with the with the rusted iron set. And then you see very just like delicately painted, almost like it's essentially like fine china, right? With like you have some
Yeah.
very delicately painted like flowers, and they're like floral designs. They're just like outlining the trim and the edges of the cups and the teapots. Well, this set here was handcrafted by one of our own in town here, and they sadly passed away a few years back. So we've been keeping this form to try to give off and make sure it goes to the right owner. I'd say it probably sells for about, well, with the handcrafted nature, of course, it was one of our finest craftsmen in town. I'd say roughly around 125 gold.
Oh goodness. Well, it's a bit out of my budget today, as I was only given 2 gold, and I don't have much to supplement. I do rather like it, and we are likely going to be coming back through this way after our journey. How much for the tin?
The tin sell probably running about 4 gold or so.
Well, that I can manage. All right. And I'm also wondering if you have any sort of like insulated boxes, like lunch boxes, containers for food. You see, me and my friends have been could say we've been hunting, and we want to preserve our catch.
Most of the folks around here just use sacks, hauling back from the forest and the plains and such. I ain't got nothing fancy, nothing insulated, nothing to carry it back and forth, unfortunately. Sorry, I can't help you there.
Unfortunate. All right. Well, I'll take the tea set then.
All right, begins to take the like wooden tray that it's on with all the different cups displayed. Begins to drag it off back towards the counter. He'll get a small crate for you, maybe like a foot by a foot, and then place the teapot inside. Each of the 4 cups stacked inside, and he'll throw in like a bit of a like a glass saucer underneath the cups as well for you as a little bit of a bonus.
Oh, cheers.
All right, there you are. Anything else I can try to assist you with tonight? Anything else you might be looking for? Be all set for your journey wherever you're going.
I can't think of anything for myself, but when I catch up with my mates a bit later, they might want to be stopping by. Not sure if there's anything else they wanted to grab while we're in town. So you don't happen to know anything about alchemy, do you?
No, I know nothing about the alchemy. I know nothing about really the plants and life outside. Never had an interest.
All right, it was worth asking. Well, thank you anyway. And good day.
Good day, good evening.
Full mask back over her face.
He'll begin to walk back over towards the counter he was at and begin wiping down once again. Say it's probably around this time that you finish up inside the shop, and you can see Gale and Rayleigh leaving the flowers bloom and flagging over, and you can all reconvene once again.
So I just got a fairly decent tea set. There was one in there that was rather lovely, but as it was handcrafted, it's 150 gold. Now I don't know that I would spend that much for a tea set, but it was rather lovely.
Well, that's okay.
I mean, I suppose it wouldn't make much sense bringing round a handcrafted porcelain tea set to go camping in the woods, but
True.
it's
Yeah.
nice to have back at home.
Well, um, we probably should go back in and maybe restock up on supplies, maybe a keg of water or something.
Oh, the water. I totally forgot about that. You're right, yes.
Rations and whatnot.
We should also ask if there's any body of water around for fishing.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, and I mean, if nothing's gone wrong by the time that we're back at our carriage, we should probably let Brandolph know that we didn't see anything wrong around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we should just, take in the inn for a minute and then just go back.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So what is the plan of attack? What's our next stop?
Supplies in, then go back and report to Brynolf.
Okay. So you can make your way, said you can lead them back towards Galathier's shop. And you all see human men begin to rise up from the desk, from the counter. Ah, welcome back. Oh, looks like you brought your friends.
I sure did. I said I would.
All right. Well, what y'all been needing?
Just some general supplies. I kind of list off things like water, a couple of days of rations that we used up, whatever would be appropriate that we would have exhausted in the couple of days that we've been on the road.
We've unfortunately had to use a bit more water than usual for our hunting purposes.
All right. Let's see.
Oh, and do you know if there's any river or lake or creek or some body of water nearby for us to go fishing?
Might be something in the forest, but if anything, it's gonna be a few days journey out. Nothing in the immediate area here. Any sort of water or fish that we get, it's all been brought in from elsewhere. Let's see. I don't know how much water would be. It's not something that's common. 2 silver per gallon. $2 per gallon. Hold.
It's kind of funny that that's not a common thing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in the olden times, water was not common to get a hold of. Kind of similar to I think, at least the way it's been explained to me, it's kind of similar to like how pirates or like ship hands would drink like whiskey or anything else or rum or whatever
Would die.
instead of water.
I
It was
guess
just
for bougie
safer.
like that.
So yeah, for
I would
like
assume there might be a well in the town, though, wouldn't there be?
Yeah, there usually is.
could be. If y'all
I guess
wanted
our
to.
20th or 21st century brain thinks it's something we got to pay for.
Right.
I mean, it depends on what you want to do with it.
But with the water, I mean, we want to drink it.
Well,
Mostly
I mean,
drink.
right, but like, how is it better to have the ease of convenience of everything already done for you, or do you want to spend the time to do it on your own? You know, like,
I would
it's still a
rather
factor.
save money, personally.
Okay. So he's like trying to look through his list of stock and flips up a couple of pages. Well, we got a couple barrels of water, running about 90 gold for a barrel.
Well, what about our current barrels that we've been using that are probably empty? Do we have any spare empty barrels?
Didn't think it was going to be like 90 gold. I guess maybe just like a top up at the well might be enough for us.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Well, no worries. But if you need anything extra, you know where to come back to.
Okay.
Still looking for something for them rations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those rations.
All right. Well, we definitely got a stock of a few select items here. We got some stuff that's been brought in from the plains and from the forest. Should have you tied over here. Anything that you really looking for. Everything's been dried and skinned and tanned and whatnot from the area. I'm sure you could probably head over to Serious Hides and Leathers if you're looking for something
Hides
something
and
else.
leathers, you say?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
run by Siri.
I
Ah,
think maybe we should stop by there.
I
Thank you for
agree.
your time today.
Yeah, yeah, you're welcome. That is going to come out to about what's it been 5 days.
Yeah.
Roughly
Right.
3 gold per person for the rations.
Okay, I pay 3 gold.
Hey, 3 gold too.
I guess this is technically the 6th day, but
Okay.
all right. Well, y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care, friends. Stay safe. Enjoy your travels.
Cheers.
Y'all can scoot on out.
Alright, now I'm wondering if this hide and leather person might know something of our particular hide we came across.
I mean, everybody seems to say there's nobody skilled in alchemy here. At some point, we should probably just take them over word about that.
Fair, but mm, I say it's worth looking into, as these are beasts that are somewhat local, and the the owner might at least have some sort of idea of what to do.
Maybe they'll at least know about the skins.
Precisely. I'm more concerned about the skin than anything with this venture.
To the tanner, yeah.
Yay.
Okay. Okay. It is starting to get late now. I'll say you're able to catch them like right as they're about to close up shop. The sun is gone. Night has become. The night has arrived. It's become dark. As you're walking past, like around the square, you see clouds begin to roll in. You hear a slight little rumble off in the distance. As you're looking around, you do see that near the what's the word? Near the a sign for the Red Dragon's Brew, you do see a couple of like heavily armored guards or knights or some other individuals begin to stroll in through the doors. And as the doors open, you just hear a loud ruckus and just music being played and burst out through the doors before it begins to quietly muffle itself as the door is closed once again.
Is it hostile or just like general bar ruckus?
Just general bar ruckus. Sounds like everyone's just having a real good time, no matter how sober or not they are.
Okay.
Do you think a drunkard ever tries to slay a dragon?
As you take a walk around, you come off to a one-story building that appears to have been made of simple planks stretching partially around the side of the building, and you find that it's a wooden deck shaded by a dark green awning hanging from the side of the roof. Scattered across the deck are tanning stations and some with pelts with already stretched hides across. Sign
we
hangs up. Mm-hmm.
Do we notice any displacer beast hides?
No, these appear to be something local from like the forest or
Deer,
plains.
wolves,
Yeah,
whatever.
like deer, you might see like a wolf's pelt. On a like larger one towards the back end of the deck, you do see almost like going the entire length of the like up to the awning, what appears to be a bear pelt.
Yep.
Yeah, you come to a sign that reads Series Hides and Leathers. You all going in?
Yeah, we'll
Sure,
take
why
a
not?
browse.
All right. You all open the door. You hear a little clink as you try to turn the knob. It's a little rough. It's a little stiff, but it gives. And you open the door. And you find... Who do you find? Where are they? Ah, you find a wood elf behind the counter, roughly about 15 feet away from you.
I'll roll my mask back as we step in.
Sure. So you, they're currently like their back is turned to you as they're messing with a couple things on like a back table, and they hear the door open. They just swing around. I was about to close up the shop, but you're a little late. What? Hello. Good evening. What can I do for you, real quick?
You know what? It's okay. We can always come back tomorrow. We just had some questions about some exotic leathers that maybe you might be able to answer.
Sure. If it's just questions, that shouldn't be much of a problem.
Yes.
What can I assist you fine folks with?
I don't suppose you've heard of displacer beasts before, have you?
I've certainly heard of them. Absolutely. Used to terrify me as a little young one.
Well, we happened to successfully slay one, and we preserved some of its skins. We were wondering if you knew of anyone, or perhaps you yourself have expertise on what they can be made or what they're worth.
Oh, oh. Kind of like holds her hand to her chest as she's just like laying out a unbelieving sigh. Well, I can't say I know of anything personally. I'm sure they go for quite a bit. Them's supposed to be tough critters to handle. And
They were very difficult.
Two of
Right.
them got away though, but we at least managed to get this one.
All right, well, I mean, I don't mean to brag, but I am kind of, well, top dog in the area. If we're not counting major cities like Grimsooth or Heartham or Cindercarn. But I mean, I've never really touched anything like this. I'm sure it's not all too different from preserving like any old animal, though. I mean, if you wouldn't mind, I could try to take a look into it for maybe 2 days. We gotta go let it sit, and then it should be all good to use.
I'm not sure that we'll be here long enough. We are at least staying the night, but I think maybe we should be getting back to our resting place. Yeah. So perhaps we'll return tomorrow. But again, thank you for your time.
Yeah. You fellas take care. Hopefully you don't find any more of them beasts wherever you're going. But
At least
Yeah.
one that's
Hopefully
alive.
not.
stay safe,
Definitely
friends.
not.
You as well.
Have a good night.
All right. So we kind of got a sense of the bar. I think maybe now we should go talk to Brynolf if he isn't asleep or bored out of his mind.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure. You can easily enough make your way down a couple of blocks back towards the stables. Apt the name Horsin around.
Of course.
And you begin to approach You begin to approach your cart. And through all the hubbub and the business from before, talking with the dwarf, didn't really catch your eye. But now you notice on like the far side, a few, 3 or 4 spots down from where your cart's kept, you see a reinforced metal carriage that's been parked in the stables as you walk through.
Is it the same one we saw that we passed?
It looks similar. It is a carriage that appears to be metal. Back when you saw it, it was about half a day's travel out, so you could it looked like a little tiny ant from your perspective. But I mean, it's similar enough in shape and material.
Can I go investigate it and see if I can figure out where it's from and who it belongs to?
While you're doing that, I'm just gonna go into our carriage and meet with Brynhold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me an investigation, and then we'll head off with Rayleigh. Gale, what are you doing?
I'll go in with Rayleigh.
Okay. Fantastic. 16. Cool. So you two open up the door to the cart, and you see Brynjolf, not snoozing, not sleeping, but just resting with his eyes closed on his bed. And
As Dale does when he claims his eyes hurt.
As the door opens, you clamber in, and as Brynjolf hears your footsteps begin to echo on the wood of the cart, he just instantly is alert and just jumps up from the bed, cane at the ready.
It's okay.
Oh, hello,
Just us. It's just
hello, my
us.
friends. Yes. Sorry.
Sorry we kept you waiting. We
My bad.
looked around town. We shopped for some supplies. Seems pretty safe.
I got some herbs for tea too.
Oh, that's very considerate of you. Does it appear to be safe?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing we saw is the bar is a little bit raucous, but it was kept inside the bar, so.
As bars tend to be. All right, well, have you found a place to retire for the night? I would like to, as much as I appreciate as Dressmorden's generosity, I would like to sleep on a proper bed for once.
There is an
There's
inn.
inn across the street, so they probably have a place there. We can check.
Fantastic. I take it you've not been there yet?
No, sorry.
No, not yet.
Okay.
We just passed along the way and sort of poked our heads in.
No matter, we can all go there together. Speaking of together, where is your other companion?
Examining
noted.
the carriage next to us.
Yeah, she noticed that there was an armored carriage near us. We passed it on the road. So,
You say an armored carriage.
I described the carriage.
Was it heading north or south?
It's here.
Yes. What were we traveling with it, or was it? Did we see it approaching us from the north down?
Stoic forgets, but I'll answer as Gale.
Gotcha.
I definitely remember it approaching us, but I don't know if that's accurate.
So it was approaching the city. You all were trailing about half a day's travel behind it.
Yeah.
You see his face begin to ponder. His expression kind of drop a bit. Yes. Well, I wouldn't be too surprised. More likely than not, it's probably one of our carriages picking up individuals for the asylums up north.
Asylums.
Yes.
Beast,
Would Gale know about this?
Oh yeah. Scattered across the northern border, sparked between dispersed between the mountains, the forests, plains, generally try to like being kept out of way of like industrial, like big urban areas. Are various different towers and complexes that hold individuals who are alleged to carry the curse of beastdom to try and remove them from society so that they don't turn and cause a lot of damage and trouble.
So I guess being a druid probably not a good idea around these people, eh?
Yeah, it is. I mean, in general, the entire continent is a bit on edge regarding beast turning as a whole.
Got it.
Yeah, best kept as secret as possible.
So no donkey shape shifting for me.
Not in sight.
Nope.
Out of sight,
least
though.
for now.
That's fine.
Well, I'll try not to act crazy then. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha. Sorry, that was terrible.
It was.
Sorry. If you get the reference, I appreciate you. Is there... Did anything seem off? If they're here, I assume everything is fine. But just want to make sure that there is no trouble in the area. The guards can tend to get a little, how do we say, wound up, perhaps.
Well, to be honest, I mean, I think the weirdest thing in town that strolled in is probably us. And, well, I mean, that's part of the course for us.
Particularly me.
Yes, you are not incorrect. We are a rather ragtag group of individuals.
But in terms of anything strange, there's been no commotion. We're shopping in stores this whole time, and we didn't hear any sort of commotion.
Fantastic. Well then, let us make our way out to this inn that you are aware of, and retire for the night. If
Do the end.
there's anything else you must discuss, I'm sure we can discuss over a nice hot meal.
Sure.
Like a plan.
All right, you two
Food.
begin to wrap up and take off through the carriage doors. That brings us off to Sev.
Yeah, so what's up with this carriage here?
So you see that the carriage appears to be made of like dark iron, reinforced with like rivets, like screws that have been like tightly wound, forming kind of like bands around the cart. You see that there is a section for the driver who would be navigating the horses. So that there would be like a total of 2 horses. There's a bit of armor for the horses that have been kept up top where the driver would sit. Going around towards the back end of the carriage, you notice that there were no doors on the sides. It seems that the only entry is from like a double door that like opens outwards from the back.
All right.
As far as like markings or any sort of like designation, no words, no symbols, no nothing on this. It's just the metal vehicle itself. And a lock does secure the back doors together. If I didn't say that.
Someone comes out and Seb asks, "Do you know how to bury a body?"
Good God.
I'm gonna look at like, is there any way I can? Do I hear anything inside of the carriage?
Imagine if it's part of a point of the armor.
Give me a perception. This is heavily reinforced, so it is going to be difficult. With a 19. You try to, like, put your ear right up next to the cart. Is there a particular side you had in mind?
Not really.
Just anywhere you could, like, get a good vantage just for, like, getting in close. Yeah. So say, like, you kind of approached, like, where you started towards the, like, a lengthwise portion of the cart between the wheels. And put your ear directly next to it. You don't hear anything. Like, it's as if, like, some of your senses on the, like, imagine, like, it's your right ear pressed up to it, so you're looking towards the back end of the pen, and then, like, your left ear is facing towards the rest of the building, and, like, towards the other, where the others were. And it's as if, like, the senses just kind of are dampened and pulled back in your right ear. You're not able to glean anything off of it.
So is there any sort of, like, vent where, like, air can get in and out?
Not that you can see.
That's fucking weird. I'm gonna knock on the metal and see if I hear anything. Yeah, other than the sound of my knocking.
Okay. You knock on the metal. You hear just the ting, like the echo back of the metal. There's no response. A couple seconds passes. A couple seconds pass. A couple more seconds pass. And then you hear the door behind you as the others begin to leave their carriage.
Ah. Well, this carriage seems to be empty, and it's
as you're in, like, mid sentence, Brynjolf is just going to take a look around. His eyes, like, lock with yours, like, in the mask. And he's gonna raise his voice. Get away from there! Step away!
I'm gonna, like, kind of, like, freak out and jump, like, oh, what's going on? Is it ready to explode?
No, it's just, you never know if there are going to be any accidents.
Accidents? What sort of accidents do I need to be made aware of? What?
The others were telling me that they saw this cart begin to roll in a little bit ahead of you all.
Yes, that's
it
why I
was my thought that it might be transporting those who might carry the curse.
Oh,
it
well,
would be
that's all it
better
is.
to not be near it should anything dire happen.
Oh, well, there's nothing inside it. I checked.
Give you an extra long look. Alright, if you're sure, it's better to stay cautious.
I mean,
I don't need one of my protectors leaving early.
oh, that's not a worry.
Right.
And we'll have to ask around how to preserve your body.
Yeah, well,
I
Is this just gonna be it?
mean, it's a good bit.
It is. I love it. I love it. I'm not complaining.
Maybe you'll be nice with a boiled tea.
Well, you know what I think is rather odd is that there doesn't seem to be any slots for ventilation, so I'm not sure how any beings could possibly get any air in there. Um,
Somehow I don't think this vehicle is designed with comfort in mind.
well,
But
comfort is one thing, but survivability. If you're
Shut up,
transporting
cat.
what?
The cat meowed. Sorry.
Oh, if you're transporting a person from one place to another, one tends to hope that the person will be alive at the other end, even if they're going to stay in the asylum. I don't see what good it would do to load a bunch of cursed people up and suffocate them before they could even get to their destination.
there were
So,
certainly a lot of thoughts on that matter.
So, how about we drink? Is anyone else feeling a drink?
Yes,
We
perhaps
certainly
it might help with the night.
We certainly could break in that new teapot we just got.
That is
A
not
drink.
the drink I had in mind. After you all.
Yes, yes. To the inn
Drink.
then.
All right. So you all make your way down back a couple blocks to the market square, and you find yourself in front of a somewhat dilapidated building, and like it kind of looks like it's run down. A couple like the shingles off the roof are no longer there. Like you just see like a flat like wood paneling underneath. It looks as if it belongs in like a creepy old abandoned house in the woods, illuminated by the torchlight or the lantern light surrounding the city blocks. But as you look closer, you just see like some of the blue paint is peeling off the wooden wall, and you can see that like there is still life to it. There are planters that have been like fastened to the windowsills on the first floor that all have various flowers blooming off of them, and there is a cobbled dirt path that stretches out from the road leading off to the building's entry. See that there's a blue banner that waves in the wind with text reading "A Good Night's Rest," overlaid atop an image of a knight riding a horse that's kicked up their front legs.
Well, that's certainly something we can use.
All right, you all heading in?
Yeah.
yeah.
Fantastic. As you make your way in, you're welcome to a very lovely and like homely interior. In the immediate entryway, there's a hallway that goes down roughly like 10 feet or so, and then there's like an entry desk essentially. And here you see, what do you see? You see Pia. You see a
How dare you?
excuse me,
You said
It-
P. It sounded like you said P.
Pia. PIA.
Sorry.
You see a like an elderly human woman beginning to like rustle through some papers, sitting down at the counter, and out in front there's a like a similar to your alarm bell, like a handbell, and right beside it there's like a brass plaque that reads Pia on the desk. You all can make your way over to the counter. She'll begin to slowly adjust her circular glasses, the circular frames, and take a look at all of you. Yes, hello. Good evening. Are you
Evening.
here to rest for the night?
We
Yeah.
are. And perhaps a quick meal before we settle in for the night.
Yes,
Also, I
yes.
believe our companion wanted some alcohol to preserve from some organs.
Gale turns into an ant and just leaves.
I'd really rather not know. That is not a service that we provide. Are you looking for one room 2 rooms, 4 rooms?
How are you, Brynolf? Would you rather us be in the same room, or do you want us to split up?
If he'll look over towards the elderly woman. If you don't mind, it wouldn't be too much of a bother. If we could have 2 separate rooms that are adjacent, perhaps a door combining the 2 rooms. If it costs extra, I can take care of the price. Just look back. Oh yes, of course, that's absolutely fine. We're a little light on residents at the moment. It would be up the stairs, the furthest 2 rooms down the hallway. There should be a room that links them, a restroom that links them. It'll be about 5 gold per night for the 2 rooms. They'll
Okay.
take out 5 gold and put it down on the table, and fill about 1 extra for her. I appreciate the generosity. You enjoy the rest of your night, so we may be down later for a bite to eat, if you wouldn't mind. She's gonna go over times to expect meals, and it's a little bit late, but I'm sure she could find like something for you all to
Right.
A little not.
yeah, just a little something to
Munch.
handle the night's hunger, and then expect breakfast in the morning.
Nom 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 nom.
All right, with that, I'm bringing off motions for you all to follow, and he'll make his way up the stairs, off to the furthest edges down the hall, to the 2 rooms. He'll take the keys he was given, stick them in the doors, open one door for the lot of you, and then open the other for him, and then quickly lock his door as he enters.
So I'm to understand that he has his own room and he just kind of shoved us in the next room over.
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially this is like a hotel room where you have 2 adjacent rooms that are connected, like literally by the bathrooms. Like the bathroom has 2 doors, one leading to the left, one leading to the right.
Oh, well, that's interesting because the adjoining rooms that I've been in before, like when I went to Cancun, it was literally just a door in the middle of and separate bathroom. So I guess it depends.
All right, what are y'all looking doing?
Guess just kind of taking the room, see what's here. And I guess we'll sort of keep an ear to the ground and hear if Renolf screams in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I
Like,
guess
what else are we supposed to do? Like,
I
I
guess I should go ahead and make sure that Locke is like sleeping in the cart or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and cast alarm on both of our rooms, and obviously, like with alarm, you can designate it so like specific people won't trigger it if they come or go. So like,
Mm-hmm.
if Brynjolf leaves of his own accord, then whatever. But if somebody goes into his room, we will know.
Okay. What are you... So the room, like these are like luxurious rooms. You see
Oh, okay.
that as you head in, there's like a bit like a loft, like a raised floor, roughly like 5 or so feet off the ground towards the far wall. And on the far wall, you see like there are a couple windows that are overlooking the street in front of you, like the market square. You can see like a nice little, a nice view of like the street square and see the different trees and the statue and whatnot. There are 2 beds on the lower portion, one to your left, one to your right, and there are 2 beds on the higher portion, one to the left, one to the right. Roughly towards the middle of the room, there is a door that heads off to the right that you figure conjoins with Brynjolf's room. I think overall, the room's probably like 20 by 20 feet.
I mean, I really only need to worry about like covering the entry points, aka door and windows.
Okay.
Like, I'm not particularly. I mean, maybe I should be worried about people teleporting directly into the center where alarm is not focused. But at the same time, though, I that that might be a little overkill.
I mean, as long as it's where he is, then you're probably fine.
Yeah, like just want to cover the entry points where the average person might intrude. On
Sure.
an average person, excluding cultists with magic rings or teleportation spells.
All right. So, do you need to see the position or like see the area that you're casting this?
Gotta check.
Just to know if like you would need to head off to Brynjolf's room to cast it for him.
Uh, it does not say that you need to see it.
Interesting.
It just needs to, I mean, it has a range of 30 feet, so as long as I'm, like, standing close enough. 20-foot cube. I thought it was 10-foot cube for some reason. So anyway, that
Oh,
just means
perfect.
I can, like, I can rig the whole room.
Right, since you did say it was 20 by 20.
Okay, yeah, so I will go ahead and rig both our rooms up.
Cool. Fantastic. So that's easy enough done. While this is all going on, anything else you other two are going to be doing?
Do you want to say that I like brought Locke to the building, or would I have just left him by the cart? Because that would have been
No,
common sense.
I'm thinking you brought him with the building. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
They seem to be a pretty nature-friendly town.
I'll go ahead and ask if they mind if my work dog sleeps outside, or if I should bring him over to the cart.
No, that is absolutely fine. As long as he is well behaved, it shouldn't be a problem. We have seen all
Yeah,
manner of friends and companions come this way.
he's very well behaved. We've had him on quite a number of missions. He's good.
Oh, what is his name?
Locke?
Locke. All right. Perhaps I might try to prepare something a bit in the morning for Locke.
Oh, I'm sure he'd love that.
All right. Well, you take care. You go meet up with the others.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Fast forward back in time. All right. So as Sev, as you're casting spells, taking the time, everyone else is just like finding time to unwind and relax and calm down. You all begin to hear a rattling at the door coming from your right, coming from the other room.
Coming from Brynjolf?
You hear like one click of a door. You hear some footsteps travel. You hear another click of a door. And then suddenly you see the side door to your room open. You see Brynjolf, now without his pelt mantle.
Full regalia.
And like you just like see how like built this guy is. Just nothing but pecs, nothing
He
but
lifts.
biceps. He lifts. Not sure if it's weights or just pure bear or what, but he lifts.
He lifts bears for exercise.
You probably would.
Right. Oh, we were just preparing for the evening. I was rigging your door with a spell to make sure there are no intruders. Did you need something?
Oh, I was just gonna head down and get myself a bit of a drink. I was curious if you all just wanted to tend to your own, or if you had anything of particular interest to discuss, or if you just wanted to enjoy the night.
I suppose the most exciting thing that happened today is that we went and visited the leather store, the tanning store nearby here.
Honestly, we might have better luck in Heartham. They want 2 days to work the leather anyway.
Yeah,
Right.
and I'm not sure they do much justice of any sort of magical properties that the hide might be carrying. So agree it's probably best to bring it to more more magically inclined leather workers up north.
That is a fair thought. I know that us up there in Heartham, we certainly have some folks who are able to really dig into any sort of latent magical properties, but certainly work the leather and hide of the local animals. I could guarantee you that you would get a refined end product there.
Well, that's good to know. We'll be holding on to it then.
Yeah, other than that, it's been a pretty nice, relaxed little town. They've got everything you need if you need like some good food or the basics, but not too much more than that, honestly.
Well, no offense to the town, but I think I quite prefer Abbey Brook.
I much agree. They at least have um magic shop.
Oh, what is it about this Happy Brook that you enjoy? Is this too big
Well,
for you? Is this...
well, Abbey Brook is a little bigger, if anything. Um, That's where we all really met, except maybe Rayleigh, but I mean, we started journeying together around there.
Right.
It's
We
just
had a couple
more...
of allies come and go, but, you know, we stuck together and made some friends along the way.
Sounds like you all have been through quite a bit.
Well, such as
Gale has a 1,000-yard stare thinking about carnies and remains silent.
All right,
The
well.
jingling reminds him of the circus.
You hear the little jingle of a cart's bell as it begins to roll by the window. You instantly just kind of like freeze up and kind of like shrink yourself, and
war flashback.
you just have this whole just look stuck, frozen thinking on your face. Brunel begins to look at the other two.
Still has a branded Deedler quiver somewhere in his bag.
Is he okay? Does he get like this often?
Sometimes, give or take.
All right, well, he's been good so far. All right, well, I am gonna get a bite downstairs to eat. If you all aren't doing...
One of us should probably go with you just to make sure nothing happens.
I'll go.
All right,
Alright,
sure.
to start, I need to finish setting up the spell.
All right, well, if you all aren't doing anything during the night, you know, just join us down there as well. Try to get a little spot of food, just a little snack or something to munch on before breakfast in the morning.
I can stop by once I'm done setting up the alarm here.
All right,
I'm
well,
just gonna go ahead and come on with. I don't have anything I'm doing.
all right, the more the merrier. You take care, practice them spells. Begins to
I will make
walk
sure
off.
nothing comes in unattended.
Brynolf begins to make his way out your door now. Leaves the door open for for the rest of you. You can file through and make your way down the hallway towards
I'll make my way down.
the first floor. You see that there are a few tables. Currently, there are a couple of folks who are sitting down. Looks like one's playing solitaire with like a set of playing cards. Every so often, like he'll flip the cards over, he'll shuffle them over. You hear like little flick, 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 just placing the cards down. I just hear him mutter, "God damn it!" as he begins to collect the cards back up, shuffle
Getting
them.
heated over playing a game by himself. Oh no, I lost so much money to me.
He'll begin to just take the cards again, just like deal them out, and then sigh and continue flipping down the cards. Same as the others, just reading a book in some like dim candlelight. He's got a plate with nothing special. What appears to be like cold soup at this point, and a small little like hunk of bread. He's just kind of like lost in thought, doesn't really notice the other guy or you all approaching. You can take your seat at one of the tables, and Brynjolf will call over Pia. Yes, if we could just have a little something, I would be fine with just bread and cheese, perhaps a little bit of ham or bacon if you can muster.
If you have enough,
Not
make it 2.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, just what else do you have?
Well, you see, we have a bit of soup that could perhaps put on. It's been off the fire for about 20 minutes or so. It's our day's special today. It's tomatoes from like a fresh made a tomato base from the farmer's market.
Well, if it isn't a hot soup, it might be a bit like gazpacho.
Yeah, that actually
Whatever
sounds
gazpacho
lovely.
is in
So
this. But yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'll
if you
say,
could
yeah,
like
it
just
exists.
heat it up for a few more minutes, that would be lovely.
I just love when people mix up the words gazpacho and Gestapo, like, yes.
Those
that
are
is a
2
difference to make.
very different things.
Yeah, like, okay, the soup police are coming after you.
No soup
Goof
for you.
Nazi.
That's exactly what I was thinking. This the soup Nazi from Seinfeld. No soup for you. Anyways, she just nod her head and begin to take off. You can hear her open a door off to like the left of where the desk was. A few minutes goes by, and she comes back holding a couple of plates, and you see essentially like 2 like thick cut slices of bread with a bit of block cheese and like 2 strips of bacon placed down on top of the bread. Hands it over to Gale and what's his name? Brynjolf. I should know. And
Your character.
Anyone
it's
know his
me.
name?
And look your way, really. The soup will be ready in about 5 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Brynjolf will begin just like putting the kind of like breaking off the block of cheese and placing it, sprinkling it atop the bacon, and place the other bit of bread atop. And he begins to like hold in his hand, just look real proud and grin. Look over to you, Gale, and kind of like show it off and grin and take a chomp down and just begin chewing. So, what got you onto this kind of work? How'd you end up getting involved with Trish Marlin?
Honestly, we helped out the mayor of Abbey Brook, got a reputation for ourselves, and We just happened to get work lined up with the guildmaster by request, or at least that's how I remember it. That's about what
Yeah.
happened, right, Dale?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're skipping over the whole Carney part.
Well, I mean, the
And
carny
Gale
part
frees
would probably
tenses
help.
up again.
Oh, well, what kind of... Well, I've had a few questions for the both of you, if you don't mind. I don't mean to be intrusive. You don't need to overtell or overshare. Takes another bite out of the makeshift sandwich. But I am rather curious. What has been perhaps the most difficult struggle for you, the most difficult challenge you've needed to overcome thus far? Not included, discounting the beast from the other day.
Well, that was a close second. But definitely trying to rescue the mayor from the parade of carnies that we had to fight.
Though I do feel like the Banshee was a particular struggle for me.
Yes, you died, and I had to bring you back. Or, well, almost died.
You speak of these things so nonchalantly, as if they're everyday occurrences.
Well, with us, they kind of are. And we managed to handle it, damn it.
I mean, I mean no disrespect. I am
No,
impressed.
I'm impressed with myself too, because, like, I'm pretty sure most people would probably have ended up dead.
But I expect nothing less from another Hearthite.
Yes.
Oddly enough, the troll doesn't actually make it that high up the list.
Yeah,
It
we
actually
had
turned out
enough
pretty well.
fire to deal with it, and well, let's just say we had a bovine distraction to handle it. But I shouldn't speak more of that, especially with that carriage in town.
Full
All right,
fun.
understood. Perhaps we can talk about that at a later time. Trolls are no easy feat to take on. Sounds like you did so swimmingly. What was rescuing the mayor like? Can't say I've ever met with the mayor of Abbybrook.
Honestly, I'm surprised he survived.
Yeah, it turns out the circus that was in town was actually a league of assassins or something.
And I think his words, literally, he managed to get out with the sliver of his life and dodged oh crap, that's another thing we gotta handle one of these days. A dragonling almost killed him.
Yeah, we managed to convince it to leave rather than trying to face it while also trying to protect the mayor.
As you mentioned,
Um,
the wormling, like he begins to like slam his fist down on the table. You wipes off some of the crumbs on his stubble.
The trainer tried sicking it on us, and it honestly was one of the hardest things we had ever had to fight.
I can imagine it's something that we have encountered up in Hartham from time to time out in the wastes of the north, but you
I described the color to him and asked if that's common in Hartham.
uh, common? Not particularly. Common of the dragons, yes. The white variety tend to stay up where it's a bit colder and climate. It's a bit curious that they were coming up to Abbey Brook with one toe.
on the bright side, even though they may have been fake a fake circus, their prizes were at least real.
Yeah, I
Oh,
kind
no.
of hold up one of the, or well, I guess all of the bags of holding, and like maybe one of the depleted ones, prestidigitation. I mention Madam Chomp and Mr. Bitey and miss them dearly.
And you won all of these.
Yeah, it helped that the games were based along aiming projectiles. Being someone with a who
We got a real ringer here. I kind of
right.
pat Rayleigh on the shoulder.
By now, I feel like Seb's probably like trotting down the stairs.
Sure.
Oh, and we did get rather good items off the ones we defeated. Like my mask here.
Yes, I did notice.
I'm
What's so special about it?
you see, my kind not very good in bright lights, shall we say? Well, here I'll like hold my mask up to him. Try putting it on and see how it works.
Begins to take the mask up to his face. Like his face is a bit too big for the mask to like fit neatly. It's a little bit just a little bit
Like,
too
I'm
wide.
picturing like a human-sized dwarf. Like he's like wide but like 6 feet tall.
Essentially,
Right,
yeah,
big dwarf.
yeah. He is definitely like he has a very husky build. So, like he tries to like put the mask up to his face. Like you can still see like some of his cheeks like showing from beyond the confines of the mask. And he takes a look through. He's like, it's just dark. I don't.
Precisely. It makes it easier for me to see. At least when there's any sort of significant light around.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm glad it
And
works for you.
I guess I also tell him about Jin Prax and how he's an awesome musician and he should catch a show sometime.
Wherever.
Actually, after mentioning that, I look around the bar and see if there are any flyers. Not that there probably would, but I'm just kind of running with this running gag.
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Sure. "21.
A 21.
Nice.
That is really nice. So, where you're sitting currently, like from entering the building, you have the entry desk where Pia was sitting, and then off to the right is where you have an assortment of like tables and whatnot. Directly to the right of the corner, after the like entryway, there appears to be a bulletin board of sorts. And just like glancing around, you see like there are a couple of posters and whatnot that are tapped or like fastened to the board. And just barely, in a bit of the dim light that's here, you're able to make out. It appears to be rather small, but it does look to be a portrait of Jin Prax's face, alongside his instruments.
The dulcimer.
The dulcimer, yeah, thank you. And you can see like a couple of like other bits of writing. It's a bit hard to make out in the dim light, but you at least catch the image.
Oh, yeah. Looks like he either played here or will be playing here. So,
He's been here.
looks like it. I kind of pull the ad down and show it to the party. This is your man.
Sure.
Very talented musician. And also another ally we knew was a paladin named Reese. He definitely knows how to carry his weight. Very loyal. Meant
Quite
to
literally.
bring me out of my shell a little bit, and I think at this point, he's probably rising up the ranks of the guard of Grimsooth. Honestly, I think he's probably one of the most competent guards that we'll ever have, based on past
Hardly.
experience.
You, haven't had great experience with the guard, I take it?
Have you?
It's been fine. They were able to ward off much of the threats back
I
at the
mean-
gala.
Well, I guess we're talking more the day-to-day patrollers. Like, when we were
Yeah.
getting something for Dresmorland, they weren't exactly the most helpful.
No, they weren't.
What seemed to be the problem?
Well, I mean, they were attempting to steal a package we were about to deliver to, or well, not the guards, like thieves were about to steal a package we were about to deliver Dresmorland. And I tried yelling, "Stop thief, stop thief." I mean, we handled it ourselves, but they just kind of slowly strolled on in. But I guess in their defense, it was kind of a Z day.
Well, I believe it is unfortunate. City is a big, big place, though.
Yeah,
Can't
it
always
is.
get around instantaneously. I'm sorry to hear you've had unpleasant dealings with the guard, however. I do hope if there are any incidents, Hearthland won't be anywhere near as lackadaisical.
Oh, I hope not. I kind of think it's too frigid to be a little, you know, how do you say? Too frigid to be, like, laissez-faire about things, I guess.
Yeah.
Agreed. Agreed there. And we put every guard up to strenuous tests and training. Make sure that they are a cut above the rest. Need to be tough to survive the wastes and the wilds up north.
Oh, you look like you could handle, like, 10 guards.
Perhaps back in my prime.
Well, as someone who wields a stick, I can say you're pretty good at it.
Yes, I am. I have become rather fond of my cane. We have certainly seen our fair share of trials.
The stick trials, I raise a toast.
He begins to bring up his mug and share right with you. To stick trials.
Several raised her glass to weapons or whatever it is you got used.
Books?
Books, books are both been used in the right hand. Yes.
You'll hear another customer a few tables away from you, just kind of like a slurred drunken haze. The stick trials, and he'll slam the mug down on the table and just begin chugging.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have a long rest anyway, so I'm just gonna walk up to him and cast Cure Poison.
He's gonna be mad.
I'm in a good mood today.
Oh god. Oh my god.
How are you doing this? Like, what? Describe to me, like, the walk over and, like, you doing all this.
I see that he's probably, like, either face down next to a soup or whatever, and I'll probably, like, prop him up, maybe see if I can shift his head a certain way so he's not completely, like, out of it. I'll mutter in Druidic to purge poison from his body, which, you know, alcohol.
Is
And I guess maybe a warm green light will manifest around him, and maybe he'll, I'm not gonna say vomit, but like maybe cough out like the poison, just so that it's not that gross. Let's see, lesser life restoration.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. So yeah.
Now I'll say that this definitely counts.
Hit.
So you begin to like walk up, and he just like looks at you, hiccups, kind of like sways back and forth in his chair a little bit. And after the end of the process, he is you see a little bit of some sort of liquid begin to come out as he's coughing down onto the table. What was that? What was all that? What was all that for? Had,
You feeling
I-
better?
oh, I don't have so much of a headache now.
Good. I think you probably had enough tonight.
Yeah, I think. Begins to take a look at the bug. It's now empty. Just set it down on the table. You're probably right.
Here's to hoping you don't have a hangover.
As we say in the capital, never try a drinking contest with Monty.
Oh. Thanks, bud. I begin to slowly get up, confused look on his face, as he just begins to saunter off and walk out the doors.
I'll sit my ass back down.
It's been several minutes, and Rayleigh is realizing that arrows are just fast sticks.
You're not wrong.
Oh, God.
Now then, could magic missiles be considered ethereal sticks?
No, absolutely not. But wands are nothing if not magic sticks.
Wand's a stick, a bow's
Yep.
a stick,
But
I
since
wield a stick.
a wand.
Don't you have a wand?
A prestidigitation wand.
Well, there, you're
Close enough.
one of the stick friends, yes. Now I'm starting to like the Hounds of Hund a little better.
Stick
Hounds
friend.
of Hund are stick friends. We have to vote now.
That's what you throw the stick, and that's what attracts the hounds.
Oh yeah, I mean that's fair.
So you all can continue talking for a while, and eventually the pace will begin to lessen, and Benelf will begin to yawn. Well, it's been a pleasure getting to know you all. Perhaps we may have more discussions in the future, but I do believe it's getting late, and so I would like to retire for the night so we can get an early start tomorrow.
Of course. Then we'll try to keep early, and hopefully it'll be an uneventful night.
Yes,
The rooms
yes.
will keep the rooms will let any of us in or out without any disturbances. But if somebody else tries to get in any direction, we will know it.
At the very least, no one's come through the main entrance from what we observed, I'm kind of guessing.
Yeah. Well.
At the very least.
Cool.
Certainly everyone will know. Everyone will.
Yes, right. Well, if you begin stretching.
Murder squirrel comes to the
Excuse me.
threshold of the door and triggers the alarm.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my god.
So, Pernilf will begin to set all of his plate down, the mug, everything onto the table, and begin to stretch and take his leave. You all can trail and follow like a few feet behind as he heads up the stairs and off to the hallway down towards the far end of the hallway back to his room. He will, right before unlocking his door, he'll look back to whoever's closest to him. Oh, yes, before I forget, this is for you. He'll hand over a second key for the room that all of you are in.
Thanks.
Important. Cheers.
Yes, cheers. Enjoy your night. Sleep well, all. And
You
he'll
too.
lock his door, go in, and he'll click as the door closes behind him.
Guess we take another long rest. Yay.
Another long rest. All right.
Even though Sev didn't do anything.
Fantastic. So that would be, I believe today, that brings us to the 6th. This is our 6th day across.
So we still got at least another 2 weeks at least.
Oops.
Yeah.
There we go. So, are you all, how are you all handling the nights?
Just chilling.
Honestly, seeing as how this isn't really like a camp out situation, I kind of feel the town is a little bit more secure, so maybe we don't have to like wait for the guard
Especially
or like
the alarm spells.
yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna try and get some rest.
Okay, sure. So you all can just go into your separate beds and relax, and you feel yourself fall into a nice deep sleep.
Sleepy sleep.
You awake feeling refreshed for the most part. Who has the highest passive perception? What is everyone's passive perception?
I believe
14.
Where do I check that again?
13.
Should be on the left side of the character sheet, I believe, underneath your
Sense types under saving throws.
saving throws. Yeah.
14, and lock is outside, so it probably doesn't count for lock.
I was thinking
we're
that
tied.
Locke was in the room with you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then his perception is 16.
Okay. So
Wait, no, that's not passive though, is it? I don't know what his passive perception is. I'm sorry.
no worries. I can go take a quick look just to see. Um,
I'm curious.
no,
why the fuck
I believe it's
are you
6. Yeah,
looking
yeah,
for
16.
characters?
Okay.
So as the night begins to fade away and you feel yourself like beginning to lose yourself in sleep, you feel weightless. You feel like you are lost in whatever dreams the night holds for you. Gale, Locke, and Rayleigh, you are all woken up abruptly.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
Outside, you hear what appears to be shouting, some sort of muffled yelling. Let's see. Yeah, as you awake, you hear a commotion coming from outside your window, and a blend of yelling and the rattling of metal.
I look out the window.
Yeah, I think I would too.
All right. Looking outside, you spot a crowd forming around the reinforced carriage that you saw the previous nights. The horses now in their armor, you can see that like, these are kind of like lumbering, like massive war horses.
I
They
take note of them.
sure thing. Horses kick up their legs at approaching villagers that are carrying pitchforks, but the horses don't move. The guards have their hands on their weapons, and those still undrawn. While difficult to make out what's being said, from inside you do hear constant shouting through the walls, however muffled.
Do we
I'm gonna
hear
go over.
names or anything?
If you'd like to listen a little bit closer, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Sure.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and just use the key to
Nat
go
20.
quietly into Brynjolf's room.
Okay,
I
Fantastic.
mean, I would be in I wouldn't be fully asleep, so I would still be hearing stuff going on. So I'm probably just gonna open my eyes and
This is why I'm using the passive perception. Because if you're still like meditating, like you are currently lost in whatever it is you're currently doing. That's how I was figuring it.
okay, well, but I mean, like, since people in the room are up and moving around, would I hear that?
Sure. Then like you would see potentially like you'd see Rayleigh going off to the side door and trying to like open it to head off to Burning Elf.
Oh, we up for the day. Get spoiled breakfast.
Something's going on.
Ah, shit. What this time?
I concentrate with my nat 20.
Yep. You go ahead and take a listen. You begin to hear the murmur of what I mean, an angry crowd that you can see outside, but nothing about the crowd itself seems to speak out to you or catch your attention. But you can go ahead and like lift the window open and try and like let a little bit of sound in, and you begin to hear um one of the guards calling. It looks to be like a bit more uniformed, has like an insignia on his like right pauldron, a little piece of fabric, a little bit of like a mantle, like purple mantle coming from behind. Just hear him call out, "Step away from the transport! Skip through to avoid any potential harm to befall this town." I hear someone from the crowd like raise up. You see them raise up their pitchfork and cry back, "The filthy bastards are all the same. Thinking you're better than all of us. You just
Do
rip
I
people from their homes with not even a second thought."
recognize the colors of the armored guy?
I'd say it's a bit difficult to like try to make out. There could be multiple colors. Give me a history. See if you can like glean anything for like combinations of outfits from different cities.
21.
21, yeah.
Rolling hot.
You from the like glances, you can take a look at the crest, however small it is. You can't quite make it out. Like you reflect back on how the like indigo mantle was something that was very common for higher ranking guards back in Hartham.
Huh.
Interesting. So for whatever reason, they're spreading their influence down here.
What? Oh, what are they doing? That are they taking someone?
Trying to listen.
As you go back to, like, you quickly reflect and then here's right back to listening. You hear the guard respond back. "As unfortunate as it is, the alternative is we leave potential. The alternative is we leave potential beasts unchecked. And if you all are far more prone to outbreaks. Now clear and let us leave before we force a path." And you can just feel the mood, the atmosphere of town just plummet, tensions skyrocket, and like you're not even outside, but just inside. Like the tension is so thick, you're just like
Yeah.
cut it with a knife.
I'm gonna turn to Sev and say, I think we should lay low for an hour or so.
Sev already had a different idea. She is currently fastening a rope to a grappling, getting ready to jump out the window.
That would be bad.
Okay.
I've got to see what's going on, of who they're taking.
No,
So,
no,
just-
no.
Just so
We're
we're clear.
protecting someone.
Just so we're clear. The window is facing the street. Yes.
As in like facing what?
It's
Well-
facing everything that's happening. I just
Right.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, but what I was planning on doing is I was planning on going into the other room, checking to make sure Brent and Yolf is still there, and then if he's still there, just like
Oh,
quietly guarding from inside the room just to be sure everything's fine.
Yeah.
That's kinda what I was thinking of doing, assuming he wasn't the one who was taken.
So, as you head back over to Brynjolf's room, really, you see that Brynjolf is currently just resting eyes shut. You see him like toss and turn a little bit before getting back into a comfortable position. Uh, were you waking him?
No, I mean, I figure that like right this very moment, he's not in any present danger. So I'm mulling it over at the
Okay.
moment.
Okay.
Honestly, I
Um,
think we should just do nothing.
that is very
Wait for this to
uncomfortable.
blow over, then we get the hell out of town.
so uh with the window open, realize say that like you're able to make out the maybe not like completely, but get the gist of like the conversation going on that Gale had heard.
Right.
Um, as you're waiting around, like just looking over, you do see that villagers begin shouting back and creep up to the platoon of guards circling the carriage, who now slowly draw their weapons from their sheath. You see a couple who have long swords out, shield up. You see one who begins to take a massive hammer off of his back and just hold it with both hands. It appears to be like a bit of a bigger knight's, a little bit like the armor appears to be like a bit more bulbous and spherical.
Is there a villager within 120 feet of me?
Yeah.
You know, if I'm actually like noticing this, then I think this is the point where I actually might wake him up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cause like at
Kidding.
that point we don't know how much further this is gonna like
Yeah.
Bill
go.
over. Yeah.
Right, like we don't want to be in a building where it's caught fire and I'm having to wake him up then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um. Yeah, but am I within 120 of a village?
Yeah, I'd say within 120 feet.
All right. I'm going to send a message. I'm here to help, but I need to know who they're taking.
All right, we'll get to that in just a second. Rayleigh, how you waking up, Brynjolf? You hear the commotion
Um,
coming from Seven Gale. You hear some bits of dialogue kind of like bleed their way through the open window now, and you just hear the murmur coming from around you.
I think I would try to like just call out to him first, and if that doesn't work, then I don't know, maybe like knock on the furniture near him. I'm not sure what I would do because I don't want to like actually like shock him too badly.
Did he have a lot to drink?
I mean, he had a fair bit, but like he seemed in control of himself when you had parted
Okay.
the previous night. As he
But
begins
he's
to
also pretty jumpy in general, so
sure, as he began to try to like shout and like just get his attention, it takes you a few attempts. Just Brynjolf, Brynjolf, Brynjolf. I just, oh, what's going on? Something the matter?
uh yeah, so you
Arkham
know that
guards.
armored carriage that we noticed earlier?
Yeah,
The town
yes.
appears to be rioting because of it currently.
Oh,
And Hartham
great.
guards are about to stir up trouble, so we may need to get the hell out of here soon. I don't know if we should just lay low or see how this plays out.
Considering that our carriage is directly right next to it, I just wanted to let you know that we might need to actually be alert in case the riot spills over to here.
And you're saying they're from Hartham.
They have violet colored armor. I assume they're higher ranking guards.
If they're transporting any folks back to the Selms, they probably would be coming from Hartham. Um, I. It might be. Let me have a look. He's gonna try to clamber up to
Point
the
out the
window
window.
on his side, and like lift it up as well so he can hear. You begin to see, looking back, like reverting your gaze back towards the crowd. You see that the crowd begins to now, like, they're backing up cautiously from the guards who have their weapons drawn, but not before a stone is thrown from someone lost in like the back end of the crowd.
Of
Shit.
course.
Sev, as you reach out to nearest, um, one of the nearest individuals, with your message, you see them kind of like physically respond viscerally, and is like very shocked and just like they're like darting around, like looking around. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing.
All right. Different approach. I'm gonna try a guard. I'm gonna try sending them a message. I'm here with Noble of Hearth. What are you transporting?
Who? Sorry, I missed part of that. And
I
who is there a specific guard you had in mind you were trying to use this on, or
anyone who's closest.
okay? What were you trying to say?
I'm here with a noble from Heartham. Who are you transporting? What's the name?
Is there a stipulation on how much they can stay to respond?
They don't. I mean,
I
technically,
I
they don't.
think I'm thinking of sending.
Yeah,
Okay.
technically, they don't have to respond at all. But you know.
Right, right. Um, as you like target him out, you see one that's got his sword and shield drawn, and you can see like he like visibly like kind of like tenses up a bit as you begin to whisper. You just hear whispered back. Who are you? Who are you here with? I don't trust voices in my head.
I'll respond to him. I'm here with Brynjolf. I forget his last name. But yeah. We're in the inn.
You can
Of
see
course, we
like,
don't scold her or anything because we don't hear it.
I mean, if you want to try to take a listen, definitely possible. Just let me know. Um, you can see that the guard's head turns around a little bit before it looks over towards the open windows of a good night's rest. And he first clocks the window on the left where you can see the face of Brynjolf, and the window, couple windows down, where you're at, Sev. Uh, yes, we are transporting those who've been cursed by the beast.
I'm gonna send another back. I need a name. Please.
We don't have names. This is a collection from between the southwest to center of Cyndrus.
Right. Well, I couldn't get any information. Yeah, for transporting. Or if they're even local at all. What? I don't feel right just sitting here and doing nothing, but I don't. What do we do to help? People are going to be killed. I'm talking to the room now, not the guard.
Yeah, I gathered.
I see.
Oh, sorry. I kind of missed that. Like, I
It-
thought you were talking to the guard.
No, I'm just saying I couldn't get to the information taking. I don't even know if it was a local. I don't feel right just sitting here and doing nothing. People are going to be killed, but I don't know how to help.
Honestly, I don't feel that this is our fight as much as I don't like it. Um, we have a job to do, and that's protect Brynolf.
Yeah, I feel that if we attempted to, for some reason, take on the law of Harpin or something, are these guys like associated with like
I mean,
the
I'll
guards?
tell them that I'm pretty sure they're upper-ranking Heartham guards, and if we get in trouble with them, not only will we screw our mission with Dresmorland when we have to, like, figure out, like, what's going on in the library, um, there's also Brynolf's safety
As well as the
and his
possibility of
reputation.
losing, right, as well as the possibility of losing the ability to research for beef, which, if it's actually as dangerous as Moreland is worried about, then it's worth more than a few people there.
Big picture.
I know. If only Fog were here, they would know what to do, but
In the back, you begin to hear Brynjolf begin to get up, and you can hear him kind of like throw over like his leather mantle and or like shoulder mantle, um, and put on his bear pelt, take up his cane, begin walking through.
If you're going out there, let me go along with.
You all are here to escort me, are you not?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
well, we must get ready to leave then, if we are departing now.
One, I am conflicted.
Do you have authority over them?
Not so much direct authority, but we do need to see that the passengers are sent to the asylums. If they're not, and they turn, that is a risk for Cyndrus at large.
I agree.
We are well familiar with that.
I am
Right.
It's tragic, but
hoping
until there's some sort of cure, the only real cure is death.
it's. It is so saddening that there really is no alternative for just less bloodshed. And understandably,
We're at your
folks,
disposal. Tell us
families,
what you want to do.
I I believe it may be best if I were to approach out, announce my journey back without the three of you, unless you become involved in this somehow.
So you'll
Perhaps
take the escort the rest of the way with them?
not with them. I believe it might be a bit too dangerous for my liking to be with the potential turn of beasts. But to try and at least clear up the crowd and get a path formed so that we can leave with no bloodshed.
Sure. Just, we'll watch from afar. If you're in danger, we'll help out the second something happens.
Yes, yes. If you
One
Okay.
would,
be invisible and come with.
Scale size and sort of gets out of shot of the window and casts Shillelagh.
What was the question?
What if Sev comes with invisible for invisible protection?
If you would like to accompany, as to make sure that nothing would happen.
Yeah. No one would see.
How about a demonstration of what I can do?
Ah, yeah.
I will transform into.
Either.
I'm thinking mouse because I don't want to creep him out.
Fair, fair.
Carry me in your pocket. I transform into a mouse.
Okay.
And I go invisible.
Okay, so you're transforming to mouse. You just see like the little poof as you begin to shrink down.
Is there any second floor balcony or anything associated with this?
Yeah, you can just like snipe people from afar. You're good.
There's
Right.
there's no balcony. The closest you're gonna get are the windows in the
that's
rooms, or there is a front window near like the dining area on the front floor.
That is one wild shape.
Right. I'll just use the windows up from this floor. That'll be fine.
Okay, fantastic. So you shrink down as a mouse,
And I'll just like sit obediently until he's ready to pick me up because I'm pretty sure he's probably going to need a second to take this in.
he does not seem bothered by it at all. As if it's like from a quick look, you see like a slight smile on his face, kind of like curl across, and he begins to like lower his hand down for you to hop in and then plop you in.
I walk in and squeak a little bit.
Sure. He'll put you in like a little bit of a pocket.
Cheese.
Sure. You know, your pocket cheese, yeah.
Sev will speak invisibly. If we need to contact Gale in mouse form, I can do so telepathically.
Yes, right.
Gale squeaks.
I appreciate the efforts. Hopefully this will be less dangerous than our venture yesterday or with your carnies. That he will begin to head down the stairs. And amid like the angry cries, they begin to grow a little bit. They begin to dampen a little as you're walking away from the open windows and a source of wall that'd be close by. You see the creak and a slight little squeak of the wood beneath your feet. Brynjolf begins to walk downstairs and make his way over towards the front door. And as the front door opens, he walks outside. It's just the blast of everything. Nothing but angry yelling, shouting, talk, discourse back and forth. You just hear the villagers, the commoners, whoever's out and about, just all become like one unified, clamoring voice, shouting, insults, shouting, "We want our family back!" and other similar sentiments. Brynjolf tries to shove his way through the crowd, and they are not having any of it. Like they're pushing back, they're trying to fight him, and they kind of like just spin back around like, "Oh, who's this guy who's trying to come through? We can't let him get." Until they take a look at Brynjolf's face.
Hopefully they recognize him.
They don't. It doesn't seem to be a look of recognition but more so of, oh shit, this guy looks important. And he looks intimidating.
I mean, they're not wrong.
And he'll begin to make his way towards where the carriage is, about 10 or so feet away, pushing through. And he'll look over towards where the guards are stationed, caught in like the flow and the rhythm of the crowd pushing. Begin to like cup his hands together and shout over. One second. He'll begin to shout over to. Yep.
While everybody's looking at him, I'm going to realize that this is an opportunity. And so I'm going to open up one of the windows and cast Minor Illusion to make it look like the window is closed.
Ooh.
Cover.
Yeah.
So, partial cover, and maybe twice the inspiration.
Very clever. God, if the comment before didn't get inspiration, that definitely would have. All right, noted. Brynjolf will begin to cup his hands together and just shout out towards the guard. Bronwyn, is that you? What seems to be what caused all this? And I'd say in shoulder, Sev, you being around, like you are being bumped as well, being nearby, like coming from the folks around you, like they're kind of just all like getting together and like carrying their pitchforks and other like assorted like stone tools and whatnot. And when they bump into they look to their left, they look to their right, and what did I
You're probably like desperately trying to train him, as they probably not realize that you're invisible behind him.
And Rayleigh, you're catching this as well. Like you see like just like a little spot consistently where like there's just no people around. And you see like right through it. They can track where Sev is pretty easily in the crowd.
Right.
You hear the guard respond back. Yes, sir. We were just trying to head back home. We had collected a couple of individuals. And as he says, the crowd once again just goes, boo! Boo, send them back, set them free! And once again, like another stone comes like whipping out across from the back. You're just kind of like plink off the armor. We just want to leave, but these commoners won't let us in peace. Trying to let them off easy without bringing it to anything, but they just won't listen to reason. Brynjolf will begin like inch closer, almost like within like 5 foot distance. Yes, I've been on my travel back to Heartham. Didn't realize you'd be here or there's anything sent out. It seems we might just have to force a way out. No weapons, just shoving. Just trying to break the line free. No bloodshed, just get out as you can. And we'll try to announce our goal. That will take some word. Get ready to just take the horses and push past. You see the other guard just begin to like salute. See the other guards begin to slowly raise their hands up to their helmets and drop down. Right, yes, I brought some help with me, so if you see some individuals who look a bit odd. Don't be alarmed. They are with us.
Gale squeaks and might have a plan.
Brynelf begins to whip back around. And as all this is going down, Sev, looking through the crowd, like you're getting like a headache from just all the sound going off right now. It is a lot. It
Late
is
middle of the afternoon and the sun's
angry.
bright, right?
Not even like this is the morning. Like this is before you would have like woken up for your early travels, like roughly around like 7:15, 7:20, as it's taking you time to like go down the stairs now. So like there's a bit like a little bit of a mist around. You can feel like the cold morning breeze just roll through. Brynolf begins
Now that
to.
I heard him say that, I mean, I can't really do anything because I'm a mouse. There's something I want to do if they're not going to be compliant and let the people leave. But I'll signal for it once it happens.
Okay, all right, keep that in mind. So Brynolf like whips back around, arms spread open. The mantle kind of like falls past his shoulders, and it kind of displays his full mass and weight and muscles. It begins to crowd to the people. As this is going on, you, all of you, Sev, Gale, Rayleigh, from different perspectives, you see that like along with like the shift in the pull of the crowd and through the murmurs and the shouting, you also hear something that's not part of the crowd.
Oh dear.
You hear like the horses like kicking up and the like the metal fastenings and like the links of armor begin to jingle and rise through, kind of cutting through, being so close to the horses now. And like they're like stamping in place and just their body weight is shifting like back and forth and back and forth.
Very angsty horses.
Very angsty horses. You see like it's as if it's like a cartoon. Like you could imagine like the steam just coming from their nose as there's like focusing so hard, just trying to like let any sort of energy out and just trampling like stepping down and down and down and down. You also hear a metallic shuffle coming from beyond Brynjolf, beyond the guards. And as you take a second to look a little bit closer, you see that the cart itself, the carriage, is beginning to kind of like shift and shake.
Oh dear.
And coming from the crowd beyond, a stone gets flung beyond the cart towards Brynjolf, and misses. The stone goes wide, just goes woof, right past the ear, and you see, Rayleigh, that the individual who threw the stone begins to like try to duck and make his way through the crowd towards the back of the cart and just begins to latch on and jump onto the back door.
Oh boy.
I see. Well, I mean, unless he continues to target Brynjolf, it's not necessarily my goal, but I'll keep an eye on him for a moment or two.
Yeah, unless he... And I'm pretty sure he's not going to be able to open that thing.
I mean, yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep an eye on it.
It's
Everybody else is focused on the crowd, so I might as well keep an eye on that from my position.
Okay.
Unless this guy pulls out some thieves' tools or a key that he stole somewhere, that thing ain't coming.
All right.
Though I do want to say that if they aren't already locked, I'm gonna go ahead and lock the doors to the rooms.
Oh, okay. Good call. You can easily like take a mental note of where everyone is. You clock the guy who begins to like run through towards the cart. As soon as like he's behind the cart, it is out of your sight. You just know that like he's somewhere beyond there. Like you see it like jolt as if like someone had just like perched on.
Okay.
But you can go back to the doors, lock the one. You do not have a key for Brynjolf's door, so that will stay unlocked.
Oh, I don't. Would have figured I would have. Okay.
No, Brynjolf still has the key for it. Never gave it to anyone. So as Brynjolf begins to spread open his arms, stone just goes whizzing right through the air. He just announces, "Stop! For the good of Cyndrus and her people. I understand how difficult this can be. I am Brynjolf Tumor, one of the heads of the Council of the Frigid Wolf of Harzlem. This troop needs to return for your safety. If there were more attacks to plague Harzlem, or attack Cyndrus, we would be responsible." And as he begins his announcement, the crowd begins to die down. Still, angry looks in their faces. Not pleased, but listening and waiting for what he's going to say. And there comes a moment of relative peace as the majority of voices and shouting dies, and everyone's kind of just now caught staring each other down. The rattling and the shaking of the carriage now catches your attention fully, and you can just hear it as one of the only things going off at the moment. As it rings through the streets, and as you direct your attention looking back, you hear an explosive force just
Oh shit.
ring out from the carriage's back end, and nearly instantaneously, 8 dark creatures rushed out of the carriage, appearing as blurred shadows, snarling as they pass. And you can now see them for what they are, large shadow black wolves with matted fur. Just run out and dash out, taking their places all among the crowd. And as they ring out, panicked cries begin to ring out from the commoners as they all just begin to run around like chickens without heads, scurrying wherever they can go, the closest place they could possibly be. And that is where we are going to end for the night.
Well, shit.
Okay.
Whew.
So, I'm thinking extraction above all else, but we'll get to that next week.
Yeah. Well.
We will get to that next week.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So I feel like today was a rather long session. I apologize. No, we normally take our like halfway break. But in addition, thoughts. What are closing thoughts? Where is everyone feeling, thinking? I feel like we've had a really weird mixture of wholesome day into some intense shit. So Gail, what are your,
We ended
what
on
are your
the
thoughts?
intense shit, and I don't know, my only thoughts are, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. About anything in particular, or?
That was not at all how I thought that was gonna go. But I don't know if we gotta fight it or get the hell out. My gut is telling me we need to just get the hell out. Because this seems like it's above us.
Yeah.
Like, numbers alone aren't in our favor.
Yeah.
I guess it depends. As far as like numbers, like you do have the commoners that are kind of like circling around the square.
They have pitchforks. They can help.
They are scurrying every which way though. Yeah, the 8
It's gonna be a
figures.
bloodbath. Some of them are probably gonna get infected, and then we'll have to kill them.
And then I'm gonna have to perform rites and reveal myself as who I am.
Yep.
Mask off, literally.
Yeah.
Cool.
Honestly, I planned on transforming into a bull to like scare the crap out of like the
Yeah.
people in front of the
Hmm.
horses so that they could get the hell out, but
I
it didn't
figured,
seem right until probably it was too late after the explosion.
yeah, and thing is, like, riots are a very Sev has been trained very well by Fog to protect the people when riots happen like that with guards. And she was very frustrated not being able to do anything, but also keeping in mind that like she has to keep cover and can't like go blowing it in front of all these, but not knowing how to help and not wanting to point Fog wherever they are.
Yep. So I guess we'll end with you, Riley. What are your thoughts on these situations and the events of today?
So town was nice. The journey wasn't bad. We got a new pelt and some more ingredients
And
possibly for magic items or something. Uh, the ending not ideal, but I'm honestly in the best place that I could be
you are,
currently.
You could also be very stuck unless you get creative, like I don't know,
yeah.
True.
parkour off the window or something.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. My question is, the windows are they big enough for me to like fit out of?
Yeah. Yeah, they'd be
Then
like
I
your
can take them
standard
all
windows
on.
today. They're like shutter windows, so like if you were to like open them outwards, you could easily just like climb through.
keep in
Or
mind,
Right.
if you were stuck, just throw a chair through it and yeet yourself out the window.
Yeah,
Jen,
if I wasn't guarding anyone, then I could take them all on. But I am guarding someone, so
And also, we don't want collateral damage, so there's all sorts of layers to this that we don't want to fuck up.
right, right. Because I mean, from my point of view, like I have multiple escape options currently. Um, some that unless the entire hotel goes down with me, like the entire building, then I should be fine.
yeah, yeah, and I did leave that rope with the grappling hook if you escape out the window. It's sitting there in the room.
And, like, I could probably scare a bunch of villagers by turning into a bear or something, or if I need to get physical with one of the wolves, I can just, beat its ass with the shillelagh.
Yeah,
True. You do have a lot of options. You are right. Like there are a lot of factors to consider on what you plan to do. If you plan to take it on, like plan to approach this head on, or if you just want to try and realize like if this
I
might
think
just
we
be
need
too
to get the
overdone or
hell out.
leave, or we will see how that develops. Friends, I
we
appreciate
are.
you enjoying the night with me. It's been a good time. I always love doing this for y'all. Next week, how's it looking?
I think I'm fine.
Good.
I think I'm fine.
Okay, cool, cool. We will see where things go then. Friends, take care. Enjoy your night. And
Bye,
I'll
Dale.
see you next
Bye.
time. Take care, friends.